And I have to say, I am disappointed with party politics in general. Um, Seeing a lot of sectarianism, tribalism, um, which prevents people talking to each other properly. And this is not only on the left or the far left. I find it among liberal Democrats. So many liberal Democrats I've challenged on this, on what has been going on in the Labour Party, this misinformation and smearing over anti-Semitism, and say, well, this affects us all. And many of them are saying, oh, they recognise the problem, they recognise it's going on, but why are we going to lift a finger? Because these are the Labour people. I find that absolutely terrible, frankly. As a result of this sort of getting disconcerted with party politics, I'm more active on single issues, whether the Middle East, freedom of expression, or locally on active travel. However, I'm very happy to speak at this event, but I don't call myself a socialist. I identify with the idea of for the many, not the few. I don't know many people who really want politics for the few and not the many. And I like your group's unapologetic approach in dealing with anti-Semitism smears. Contrast this to pro-Palestinian people who often appease the Israel lobby in one way or another, sugaring the pill, hiding the truth, always talking about sensitivities, hoping to gain acceptance with the media or their political parties or whatever. And I'd have to put Jeremy Corbyn at the head of the list, I'm afraid. He's done so much, so much appeasing of his detractors. And also I've seen things come out of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, which are doing this. But in many other fields, many people do this. And I think this is one of the major problems. I therefore agree wholeheartedly with Kerry Ann's recent article, How to Fight the Witch Hunt and Win, when she says, every capitulation emboldens them, and that's why it has to stop. However, I was less happy when Kerry Ann presented the smear campaign simply as an attack on the working class and anti-racist socialists. Really, Kerry Ann, your potential allies may take issues with this because they see this smear campaign as an attack on all of us. You may remember the names of Jenny Tong and David Ward. David Ward's actually present on this call. It's something which is corrupting the people and the institution of this country as a whole. Good things we've done in the past, we're no longer doing them because of this. The standards of the BBC have been lowered. If you want to win friends and influence people in larger numbers, we need more inclusive language, focusing upon what we have in common and not getting hung up on differences, which often turn out to be more semantic than real. The fake anti-Semitism campaign against Labour since 2015 is, as Graham correctly pointed out, the worst single episode of misinformation I have witnessed. The media has put out a uniform wall-to-wall narrative from 2015 and failed to report evidence that disputes it. It's a surreal situation where the BBC produces a documentary about Chinese treatments of Uyghurs, calling How to Brainwash a Million People, while itself contributing to the brainwashing of tens of millions of British people by more subtle means. But this is not just a problem for Labour. You may have seen articles I've published with other Lib Dems complaining about the way our party leaders supported the fake campaign and was totally unwilling to discuss the evidence. And how when we tried, the party establishment systematically censored internal discussion on this. And I've also seen double standards and hypocrisy in the handling of disciplinary complaints. Those disciplined on grounds of anti-Semitism were subject to humiliating treatment sometimes, not all allowed to know who is accusing them, nor the substance of their comments. That sounds very similar to what's going on in Labour. While complaints against supporters of the party line, they may misbehave on a grand scale with impunity. And you can, this is something of which I have the proof, of which the Lib Dems would rather not discuss. The way forward, I think we need to think in terms of Russian dolls. The small doll and the large doll outside the small doll. The smaller doll is the misinformation about anti-Semitism. The larger doll is a wider framework of misinformation in the UK resulting from the ownership and the operation of the media. And I suggest, if you haven't done so, you read that magnificent book by Nick Davies called Flat Earth News, which describes this in detail on the basis of his experience and research by the University of Cardiff. It is also, the big doll is about the dark anonymous money that finances wholesale misinformation in this country, pushed through right-wing political campaigns and think tanks in the UK and elsewhere. And here I recommend reading Peter Geoghegan, his magnificent book, Democracy for Sale. The small doll problem is particularly bad because all the stars are aligned. You have the Israel lobby support, and then you have the Conservative Party, and then you have the media, the right wing, the Labour. They're all in a line. So that's why it's worse. But the large problem may prove more damaging in the long term. Let's think of matters of peace of war. The Lib Dems are justly proud that under Charles Kennedy, they opposed the invasion of Iraq while Labour and Conservatives went along with it. But it's often forgotten that this was a last-minute and close-run decision, accompanied by considerable hand-wringing from a timid party establishment, fearing tabloid press disapprovals and accusations of unpatriotic behaviours. This raises serious questions. What would happen if the Lib Dems broke rank? What would have happened if they broke rank much earlier and they got the dispute going earlier? Could they have influenced people in other parties, more people to vote against it? And what will happen next time with the growing authoritarianism within the political parties and the possibility even a war against Iran and people trying to drag us into it? How will our party and other parties behave? So we need to present the egregious campaign against Labour as part of a larger problem, a special case. We need to reach out to potential allies, people who are looking at the bigger doll. Think of the Hacked Off campaign, the Media Reform Coalition, Truth Defence, and all those who fought for full implementation of Justice Leverson's recommendation to rein in the press's ability to lie without evidence, to require them to subject for people to be able to complain more easily and get low-cost arbitration rather than spending £100,000 on legal fees, as I did with my supporters. So people there, think of the people involved in it. A certain Edward Miliband and a certain Charles Kenneth Clark. These need to be our allies. They may not be working with us at the moment, but there they are. And then there are people fighting to expose the use of dark money and the manipulation of social media, like Mary Fitzgerald, Peter Geoghegan, Carol Cadwalladr, all potential allies. sympathetic journalists like Peter Oborne, potentially sympathetic elements in other parties. Maybe the people in Conservative Middle Eastern Council haven't been speaking up much lately, but they have in the past. Think of, and maybe some of them, when they're retiring, will be prepared to come on board with something like this.
Jonathan, can I ask you to wind up now, please?
Yes, I am winding up.
Thank you.
In short, we need to reinvent the campaign as an inclusive one, welcoming British people of different political perspectives, but united in the vision of for the many, for the few. And I know you'll mention the fact of progressive accept on Palestine. And this is a problem with many of these people. We're going to have to fight that and challenge them sometime, and look at different ways of engaging them. So to summarize, we need to think in terms of Russian dolls, move out of our sectarian echo chambers and focus on shared interests and avoid getting hung up on our differences that are often more semantic than real. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that, Jonathan. Good to get a perspective that is outside of the normal Labour perspective. Thank you for that. I'm going to ask Kevin now to talk about the work we've been doing on freedom of speech. Is Kevin there?
He is. Can you hear me, Jackie?
I can hear you, but I can't see you at the moment.
Well, I'm on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm large as life.
Would you like to talk about, you know, the declaration, why we're here today?
Yes. The campaign for free speech has obviously arisen from, you know, many of the issues in the Labour movement and wider society on anti-Zionism, its equation with anti-Semitism, and indeed the wider questions of the IHRA. But a group of members of Labour Against the Witch Hunt and the wider Labour movement felt that really the issues have started to go much further, and that in particular the attacks on democracy and free speech were now being extended beyond issues of the Middle East, of Palestine, of Israel, and so on, now to really all sorts of critical voices, particularly voices that were questioning the legitimacy of imperialist wars, and indeed any critique of capitalism and the political status quo. So we've drafted a charter for free speech. It's available on the Labour Against the Witch Hunt website. It's a working charter at the moment, and what we're hoping to do is to flesh this out, and at a working conference on the 23rd of January to really get a definitive set of demands and charter so that we can campaign. The main areas that we're looking at are on the idea of linking free speech and democracy. That in particular, that the left historically, the Labour movement, and indeed even liberals argued that without free speech, without the freedom to comment, without the freedom to advance different views, there can be no form of democracy. And indeed, historically, the battle for democracy was the battle for free speech. I think all of us who've had any sort of schooling in this country will have remembered from our history lessons the battles for free newspapers, for unstamped newspapers, and for freedom to speak in public. The battles of people like John Lilburn in the 17th century, John Wilkes in the 18th century, and indeed, you know, various labour and trade union people in the 19th and the 20th century. So we see the idea of free speech as being central to political democracy. But we also think that this idea of democracy and free speech should be extended, for example, into the state itself. We've seen the attacks on whistleblowers such as Edward Snowden and Julian Assange, and indeed a whole range of whistleblowers who are less prominent. So the idea of an end to state secrecy, of opening the books, as it were, and exposing power so that it is transparent and so that we can hold it to account. Again, all part, I think, of the history of socialist and labour movements, but indeed of wider liberal democracy. But I suppose the key areas that we're looking at in the Charter are the rejection of the IRHA fake definition of anti-Semitism. People have already spoken about that. We'll be going on to look at that later on. And we all know that its equation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is explicitly designed to close down debate, and indeed even any form of criticism of Israel as a state, and indeed even of Israeli government policy, is then made taboo. And the situation in the Labour Party, from which I've been expelled on these grounds, is exactly that, that any form of criticism of these ideas leads you to expulsion and censorship and constraint. But we also looking at other areas of society, in particular the universities, schools and colleges, where intellectual debate, free exchange of ideas is absolutely essential. And I'll be speaking a little more this afternoon about that issue in the universities. Because what I think is happening is that there is an attempt to control the climate of opinion, to restrict what is acceptable, and political ideas that challenge are deemed extremist, and indeed increasingly, I think, unlawful. Attacks on BDS, attacks on anti-Zionist campaigners, I think, are examples of that. Lastly, we're wanting to advance and defend the idea of free debate and the idea that there should be restrictions on political debate and criticism. So these are the main sort of areas that the Charter looks at. They're laid out in a series of headings and then some further demands. Between now and January, I'd like everybody to look at the Charter and to consider amendment and development. The working conference will be a chance to arrive at this definition and then really begin the campaign in earnest. We want to get a full range of opinions, but we also think that this is a campaign that can't just wait to have endless discussion. We know what the problem is, we know what the dangers are, and a campaign like this is really the beginnings of a very serious and determined fight back against the restrictions on political democracy and free speech. If we don't, I think, make a stand now, then the areas will be closed down, we will be further and further restricted, and the sort of things that we've seen in the Labour Party and in the universities, and indeed in wider society, will just continue. So I urge everybody to read the Charter and to take part in the conference on the 23rd of January. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Leah Levain has just made a very important point, which I think we should note, which is we should actually add draft to it, that it's a draft, so that, you know, it is open to being altered, changed, tweaked, whatever. You know, that's the whole intention of it. Can I also ask the panelists if they would have a quick look at the questions and answers on the bottom of the screen, so you can see the kind of things that people are interested in talking about further. Next to come up is Chris Williamson. Chris? Hi, Chris. You're still muted, Chris. Are you there? No, you're still muted.
I am not muted now.
Great.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, Chris, you've got 10 minutes, and I know that you can pack so much into 10 minutes.
Well,
so you'll have.
I'll do my best, and I've got a little stopwatch here as well. So let me start. You said to introduce ourselves. Let me introduce myself as a recovering Labour MP. Perhaps the best way of describing it. I want to change tack a little bit and talk about Julian Assange, who is the greatest exponent, in my opinion, of freedom of speech. And he will be spending a second Christmas in Belmarsh prison this year. That is a stain on the British state, in my view. And it's so important, I think, that we, all of us, garner as much support as we can to bring pressure to bear, to continue to bring pressure to bear, to build that movement, to secure Julian's release, because it's utterly untenable that he should be potentially extradited to the United States of America. And, you know, one of the things, of course, that Julian has focused on is exposing war crimes. I mean, this is why they are so exercised about the work that he was doing, the work that WikiLeaks was doing. And I mean, he's made the point, obviously, you know, that clearly, you know, people don't like wars and they have to be fooled into accepting wars. We saw this, and we've already heard reference to it, I think, today with the speakers about the war in Iraq and how that was based on a bunch of lies, essentially, as we know. And so, you know, the number one enemy is ignorance, really, and it's so important, therefore, that we have the right to freedom of speech to at least try and, you know, counter the narrative which is often put out by the establishment. And so people like John Pilger and journalists of his ilk are few and far between. It's great to be on the panel this afternoon with Kerry-Ann Mendoza, who is a shining light. But when you look at the way in which the mainstream media hacks operate, clearly they don't sort of really deliver what a journalist should be doing, in my opinion. And, you know, John Pilger produced a documentary a little while ago now about the coming war in China and how, you know, essentially China is surrounded by, NATO bases and military hardware. And yet we get this constant narrative that China, you know, poses the threat. And of course, we're seeing the manufacturing of fear about Russia in this country, but actually in this country and in the United States as well. Of course, it's an absolute nonsense. But why is this happening? I mean, I think it's happening because there are very powerful vested interests who have skin in the game in terms of the arms industry, the military industrial complex in this country, and of course over in the States as well. They gain huge profits from their fear that is manufactured about places like Russia and China. They also, of course, gain hugely by the instability in the Middle East because they sell billions of pounds worth of armaments to them. I mean, I think Britain is the second biggest arms exporter in the world, and I think its biggest client is Saudi Arabia, which is perpetrating the worst humanitarian catastrophe in the world at the moment in Yemen. And so it's really important, therefore, I think, that we have the right to freedom of speech so that we can call this out. But of course, we know that there is a whole panoply of agencies which are working against that. We don't just have the mainstream media, of course. I mean, there are things like the so-called 77th Brigade, which is a section of the British Army, which is devoted to using the social media platforms, often using misinformation, in my view. Certainly in terms of the organization known as the Institute for Statecraft and the so-called Integrity Initiative, which is an offshoot of that, which received millions and millions of pounds of public money. And that was being used, at least some of it anyway, to smear and undermine the leader of the opposition at the time, Jeremy Corbyn, and his allies. This is absolute outrage. I mean, I was asking questions in the House when I was a Labour MP still about this. We got some information out, but then this is how I discovered the multi-million pound contributions that they'd received from the state for their activities. But then they clammed up and used the excuse that in the interest of national security, it wouldn't be appropriate to provide the further information that I was seeking. So, you know, there are huge forces ranged against us, and it's therefore vital, I think, that we as a grassroots and across the piece stand up for the right to free speech, because it is most definitely under attack. And we know that the mainstream media is acting as the mouthpiece for the establishment, is acting as a mouthpiece for the military industrial complex. And we do not get the truth from the corporate media in this country on some of these really big issues. And I think it's therefore very clear what we're seeing in the recent times, how the freedom of speech is being clamped down upon by so-called liberal democracies. And I mean, it was an insidious effort in the earlier days and years gone by. I think it's now much more overt. I mean, and we're seeing the government passing legislation such as the Covert Human Intelligence Sources Bill, which stipulates on the face of the bill the right for security services and the police to essentially commit criminal conduct. I mean, I think it's referred to as criminal conduct actually within the bill, in order to allegedly prevent crime. So here we have a situation where the government is legislating to provide for instruments of the state to engage in criminal activities in order to prevent crime. It's kind of a bit of a contradiction in terms, isn't it? But some of the things that they set out in the bill, which actually would justify this criminal conduct, would be things like civil disorder. So, potentially, demonstrations and things like that could be deemed appropriate to commit criminal conduct. And also the issue of it was anything that posed a threat, I think it is, to the economic well-being of the nation. Well, it depends on where you're coming from in terms of the economic well-being of the nation. And we've had a sort of neoliberal economic status quo for the last 40 odd years. Both of the major political parties, obviously not when Jeremy Corbyn was a leader, but up until that time, and now with Keir Starmer, very much buy into the whole neoliberal agenda. So those of us who are concerned about the excesses of capitalism, those of us who would like to actually replace capitalism with a system that actually ensures that the fruits of the nation are shared more equitably around everybody, so that we can eradicate poverty, we can massively reduce inequality, and we don't have people dying on the street because they're forced to sleep rough. That could be deemed, a threat to the economic well-being of the state, could it not? And therefore, that would be potentially used. So it's so vital, therefore, that we've got truth tellers, that we have truth tellers like Julian Assange to be able to expose this kind of abuse of state power. That's why they were so exercised about the role of Julian Assange exercising his rights to give information to us as a wider general public about the abuse of state power, the abuse of corporate power, as well as something which WikiLeaks was very much involved in doing. And they're doing their damnedest to close him down. So we really do need, I think, to get behind Julian Assange. And of course, we've heard this afternoon, should I say, about the witch hunt in the Labour Party, and it's kind of part of a continuum, I think. Really, we're seeing people who speak out in favour of the Palestinian people and speak out against the abuse of the excesses of the Israeli state being drummed out of the Labour Party, and now people are being suspended and expelled for the temerity of actually supporting people who have not necessarily articulating those views themselves, but merely for people have been kicked out of the Labour Party, for example, for supporting me or saying nice things about me. In fact, one woman was expelled, literally expelled, not just suspended, expelled from the party for wishing me good luck. I mean, you can't even express pleasantries now in the Labour Party without risking the ire of the establishment that control the Labour Party. And we know that the current leader of the Labour Party is a pillar of that establishment that is seeking to silence free speech. Let's remember, Sir Keir Starmer is a member of, the only parliamentarian who is a member of the Trilateral Commission, a shady organisation that was established in 1973, who were concerned about an excess of democracy that they'd witnessed in the 1960s, and they felt that they needed to do something. Basically, people were getting ahead of themselves and using democratic structures to assert their rights, and that was seen unconscionable to them. So this campaign for free speech that we're talking about today, it's not just some sort of airy-fairy issue, some extraneous thing which is kind of exercise the minds of the chattering classes, the kind of the liberal elite. It's fundamental to our rights as a nation. It's fundamental to ensuring that we get a fairer and decent society. So I'm very delighted and pleased to be part of this campaign, and we need to do all we can, I think, to grow it, to ensure that we can actually bring about the change that we desperately need. And it's not too much to ask for in a democracy, that we all have a right to the truth, and we all have a right to freedom of speech, to express ourselves without fear or any danger of being hauled over the coals for the temerity of stating the truth.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks very much for that. I've been asked to remind panelists, I don't know how Big Brother knows that you haven't been checking the question and answers, but it seems to me that Big Brother knows that you haven't been checking your questions and answers. Can you make sure you do that before we come back to you? Next, I'm going to call Moshe Machover. I think Moshe needs very little introduction to anyone. He has been such a stalwart in this campaign, and of course, a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian people. Thank you, Moshe.
Thank you. My support for the Palestinian people derives from a more fundamental precept, and that is belief in socialism. That implies opposition to colonialism in whichever form, including in particular the form of Zionist colonization of Palestine. Thank you for introducing me. I will mention that in October 2017, I was expelled from the Labour Party. There were in the expulsion letter insinuations of anti-Semitism, but that was not the cause for my expulsion. The reason, at least they gave a reason for, they accused me of some fake accusations which they had to receive, and therefore the expulsion was rescinded soon afterwards. This time, I was suspended, but they've made some progress. Now they don't make any charges, they just suspend you. Instead of actually providing you with some reasons for the suspension, they, in essence, invite you to invent your own accusations. They frame a whole list of questions which you have to answer, and thereby, as it were, incriminate yourself. I'm not going to do it. I published, contrary to their instructions, I publicized the letter. It is on the internet. You can read the sly, lying weasel words that they use in their questions, which are based on nothing but fabrication. We are living in the time of big lies, very big lies, which are magnified and inflated by the current growth in media of communication. The big lies are on the traditional media, but they are also disseminated by the social media and so forth. In order to sustain the big lies, they have to attack freedom of speech. So this is the context of our rally today. We have to fight for freedom of speech, not just because it is good in its own right, it is necessary, it's part of democracy, but specifically in order to fight the big lies that are disseminated on a huge scale these days. I want to point out a couple of devices that are used in order to promote the big lie and stifle free speech. This first one hasn't been mentioned before, and that is the safe space ideology, or the safe space appeal to safe spaces. It sounds a very nice thing to do, to provide safe spaces for people so that they are not afraid of being victims of violence or of being abused. But this is not what safe spaces mean. The way it is used, the safe space LARC is a device for people who are given certain people, not all of us, not everyone is entitled to this interpretation of a safe space. some people are given the license not to feel uncomfortable, not to be subjected to hearing opinions which they find unwelcome. In other words, it is a device to stifle free speech. And it is interesting that this has been used in various devices by the labor leadership, but also outside the labor movement by the diktat that Gavin Williamson sent to universities, by the diktat of the present general secretary of the party, to give license to certain Jews, and you have to be the right kind of Jews in order to claim that you are feeling unsafe when you hear anti-Zionist opinion. And people have made use of this. You can maybe recall various occasions in which labor members of parliament at that time, who later resigned, made a very theatrical move when they claimed that they are feeling unsafe. They were feeling unsafe simply because they were hearing opinions which they found uncomfortable. So this is one kind of device which we have to focus on. Of course, certain Jews like Leah Levan or Jackie Walker or myself, we are not given the license to feel unsafe and to complain. I feel uncomfortable hearing defense of the Israeli settler state and of the Zionist project of colonization. I feel uncomfortable. I pity people who are deluded in defending these things. But if I claim that I feel unsafe hearing these opinions, these wrong opinions, I will not be protected by the safe spaces law. So this is one thing. But please note, we are talking about much wider issues than simply this fake campaign on so-called anti-Semitism. It goes far beyond this. It concerns the ability, the license for teachers to quote anti-capitalist literature. It is the ability to oppose imperialism. It is also wrong. I think I read yesterday a brilliant article by Mike Cushman, who pointed out quite correctly that it is not right to say that Keir Starmer or Gavin Williamson are tools of the Israel advocacy organizations. It is the other way around. These Keir Starmer and Gavin Williamson and the whole establishment are actually using the Israel advocacy groups like the Board of Deputies of British Jews, like the Jewish labor movement. They are using them as a tool in order to hit against the left, against Palestinians, supporters of Palestinian human rights, to hit against people who are advocating anti-imperialist views, opposing wars such as the disastrous war on Iraq and Libya and so on. This is a convenient tool which the establishment, including Keir Starmer, who is, as Chris Williamson has pointed out, is part and parcel of the British establishment. It is used by them in order to have their own wicked way. And let me go on to point out another device in fighting against freedom of speech, in supporting, in perpetuating the big lie. In this case, I will talk about the specific big lie of so-called anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. In order to sustain the hysteria that this campaign involved, one thing has to be guaranteed, that no one would be able to actually state and inquire into the scale of this phenomenon. Now, you can say one case of anti-Semitism is bad enough. That's true. But there's a vast difference between isolated cases and an epidemic. Let me give as an example this EHRC report, the investigation into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. People have pointed out that it has many faults, but there is one very symptomatic fault that really overshadows everything else. And it shows that the report is not just full of faults, but it was actually written with bad faith. Suppose you saw a document called Investigation into what Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in the United Kingdom, okay? Something like this. Now, the first thing that you would want to see in this report is quantification. How big is, is this disease in the, how many cases? Is it isolated cases or is it an epidemic? How does it compare with other diseases, with heart disease, with cancer? How does it compare with the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in other countries? But if you, in this document called Investigation into Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in the United Kingdom, you find no attempted quantification, you would throw it into the waste paper basket, because you would realize that it is written in order to disguise something. It doesn't ask the crucial question, the most fundamental question: how bad, how much? Now, you are not actually allowed to raise this question. The Labour whip was withdrawn from Corbyn because he actually raised this question. That was what he did. Now, when you raise this question, they twist it. They say you are actually questioning the reality of feeling of a lot of people in the general population, and especially among the Jewish population, who perceive that there is a lot of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. Well, it doesn't. This question of quantification doesn't question their perception. Their perception is real enough. And it is real enough that a lot of Jews in Britain, and other people as well, non-Jews, think, they have the perception there is a lot of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. Why do they think it? Because they've been incited to think it, because of the campaign. The campaign, therefore, is its own justification. You first of all, incite people to believe, without any evidence, that there is a lot of, or imply that there is a lot of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. And then when people actually come to believe it, you quote their belief as a reason not to question the quantification. This is a sort of circular logic that is beloved of the deniers of free speech and of proponents of the big lie. So I return to what I started with before. We are living in the period, in the era of the big lie, and therefore we need a big campaign for free speech, because the only way in which we can fight the big lie is to speak what we feel and not what we are meant to say. Thank you very much.
I mean, wasn't that brilliant? I mean, one thing that Moshe, well, not just one thing, but one of the things I always appreciate from Moshe is how he applies his skills as a logician to simplify things and make it obvious and very often, I have to say, laughable at what they're actually attempting to do. And I wonder if it would be possible for us to get some of those points almost as a flash that we could actually send out to people, because I think it's just so effective. Anyway, coming on now to our final speaker, Craig Murray. I have actually shared a platform with Craig Murray. I think we were in a tent, but we may not have been, some time ago. And I know that he's a great speaker and a real advocate of freedom of speech. And I look forward to see what you're going to say. Can you unmute?
Yeah, I think I have. Can you hear me? Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, yes, it was in a tent somewhere near Axminster, I seem to recall. And I don't know about you, but I wasn't entirely sober. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure about the other participants. I would like to start by apologizing. I wasn't meant to be the last speaker, I think, but I had a meeting with my lawyers, an unscheduled meeting with my lawyers this morning. And I'll tell you why in a moment. I'll also say I'm extremely grateful for inviting me to give my support and give my perspective. I've not been ejected from the Labour Party on the grounds that I've never joined it. Doubtless, had I joined, I fear I would have been. I'd like to, but before coming on to recent events in the Labour Party, I'd like to give a brief overview of the general threats to freedom of speech, which have become very, very sharp in the UK, and of which we heard from Moshe there. And I'll start, if you don't mind, just by mentioning my own case. I'm being tried in January for contempt of court up here in Scotland. One of the charges being influencing the jury. And it's the first time since Victorian times, the last time was, I think, 1880 something, that anybody has been charged with influencing the jury in favor of the defense, as opposed to prejudicing the rights of the accused. For 140 years, nobody has ever been charged with writing that they considered someone to be not guilty. I've been charged with that, which is a remarkable new threat to freedom of speech. And I personally, I'm not allowed to say this, as there'll be another contempt of court. But my own view is I'm being charged of with contempt of court for motives which are purely political. It's a politically motivated prosecution. I'm also charged with jigsaw identification of witnesses, of protected witnesses. That's where you give clues as to their identity. We conducted an opinion poll conducted by Panelbase, one of the leading market research companies, who asked 1,200 people, according to their normal panel selection, whether they knew any of the identities of any of these protected witnesses, and if so, where they had learnt it. And quite a few people did know some of the protected identities. It would amount to about 400,000 adults in Scotland who know some of the protected identities. And they said, and most people said they'd learned them from the BBC. And the second highest number of people said they learned them from the Scotsman newspaper. And again, no one's actually published the names, but this is the idea that clues lead you to a name. And there was one individual who said that they learned it from my website, but there were, I think, more than 20 mainstream media journalists named more often than me as a source of the knowledge, and not one of those people is being prosecuted. Not one. BBC's not being prosecuted, despite being named far, far more often than me as a source of the knowledge. I don't believe I did reveal anything. I had no intention of revealing anything, and I don't believe I did reveal anything. But if anyone's going to be prosecuted, it should be the BBC. And again, the fact they're going for me, in my view, shows, you know, this is a political persecution. That this is an attempt to close down a blog and a journalist which publishes stuff which establishment doesn't want you to hear. And the maximum jail sentence is 2 years that I face if convicted in January, and there isn't a jury. So that's what I was busy doing with my lawyers this morning. I want to give you another thought on freedom of speech, and it relates as well to this idea of safe spaces and the prevalence of attacks on freedom of speech, particularly in our universities, and the ability sometimes to co-opt student groups, well-motivated student groups, into attacking free speech. An example I will give you is this. A few years ago, we had a meeting at the Oxford Union while Julian Assange was still in the embassy, and at which Julian was presented with the Sam Adams Award for Integrity. I was a speaker at that meeting. Julian appeared by video link. I was speaking live. Ray McGovern and others were speaking. I had difficulty getting into the Oxford Union because the event was picketed by a large crowd of students wanting to shut it down. And they were students who were picketing Julian because he hadn't gone to Sweden to face the sexual allegations, which were always false and have fallen through. But it was not an unreasonable thing to be picketing for. The motivation of those people picketing was good, though whether you ought to stop someone speaking on those grounds is a different question. But given what they had been told, given the knowledge they had, I have no difficulty with people choosing to picket on those grounds. And there were hundreds of them, and they made it difficult for me to get in. The day before, the speaker in the Oxford Union had been John Bolton. John Bolton. Not one student picketed the Oxford Union or demonstrated against John Bolton speaking in the Oxford Union. 500 people easily motivated to go and demonstrate against Julian Assange. Not one person demonstrated against John Bolton, war criminal, and I would argue, responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths, or sharing joint culpability for hundreds of thousands of deaths. Not one student demonstrated against him. And that ability to manipulate the attempt to shut people down, the attempt to define what's a safe space, that's almost entirely a product of our billionaire-owned media and the fact that they've demonized Julian Assange, and they've never told you about the crimes of John Bolton. Julian's trial, of course, itself, which I documented, and which is an appalling attack on freedom of speech. Any journalist anywhere in the world who publishes classified information on crimes of the United States government is liable for extradition to the USA, even if they've never been there in their lives. That is the consequence if Julian is extradited. And the lack of media focus and the lack of focus of the political establishment, I would say that John McDonnell and Jeremy Corbyn were excellent on this issue. And from the Labour Party nowadays, we hear effectively nothing. I also want to mention the Prevent programme. I used to speak an awful lot in universities. My being able to speak, because a lot of the time I was speaking on the subject of the war on terror and against the restrictions, against the exaggeration, if you like, of the Islamic terrorist threat, against the wars in the Middle East, which can cause blowback and can cause terrorism. And I was, those were subjects I very often lectured on. And because of that, I found I was being stopped from talking because of the PREVENT program. And it isn't that the PREVENT program were putting out instructions that I shouldn't be allowed to talk. It was that if you have a speaker coming and speaking on those subjects, you have to, the person organizing the meeting had to fill in so many forms and involve the police and involve the university authorities, and it became a deterrent. It became impossible to go and talk in UK universities on the restrictions on civil liberties caused by the war in terror. And PREVENT remains a major threat to freedom of speech. It remains a major drag on the pursuit of knowledge and the sharing of knowledge. It is often used against speakers on the subject of Palestine. And again, it's something on which the current leadership of the Labour Party is just insufficiently strong. The PREVENT program has an appalling, chilling effect in our Muslim communities, where people are scared to express a political opinion in case they should get reported. So I want to highlight also the PREVENT program as part of this attack on freedom of speech. All of which, of course, leads us to what the increasing difficulties of being able to express any opinions critical of the human rights abuses of the Israeli government. I personally, I stick to the rather old-fashioned view that the ultimate solution to the Israeli-Palestine conflict should be one state, one single secular state of Palestine that everybody lives within. And there are different ways of exploring that. One of the jobs I had in the Foreign Office was, I was a head of the Foreign Office Cyprus section at one stage, and we were putting forward with the United Nations peace plan options for Cyprus, which in many ways have similarities. You have two communities fearful of each other. You have territorial division. You have displaced people. But it's taken as granted by the international community that the ultimate solution to Cyprus should be a single state. And yet, for some reason, it's an anathema to state that the ultimate solution to Palestine should be a single state. Of course, it should be. It's a very similar problem. A single democratic state has to be the way forward. I find myself accused of anti-Semitism for saying that. I find that absolutely astonishing, and that's because I'm denying the existence of the state of Israel. This attempt to limit debate, and of course, anti-Semitism, for historical reasons we all understand, is an appalling accusation to throw at anybody. And one of the strange things is, I have friends who work in the mainstream media. I have friends who are fairly right-wing members of the mainstream media, and well-known people. And I put to a couple of them, I said, you don't actually really believe that Ken Livingstone or Jeremy Corbyn is a racist, do you? You don't actually really believe that. And no, they don't. They don't believe it. But strangely enough, when they're at work, they do believe it. And it's really quite a peculiar phenomenon. People are writing things that they don't actually really believe themselves, but they know they have to conform to what the state is imposing. And I think we've entered a very, very scary stage of state-imposed narrow lines of thought. For me, what's happening in the Labour Party, and the fact that people are asserting things which are plainly nonsense and acting in a way that they know is not right, and are doing it because that's the way your career can get on and you can progress within the UK state as currently constituted. That's a society which has become very sick indeed. And I find it very, very worrying. I used to say I'd never been in the Labour Party, but I have a lot of friends in the Labour Party. Nowadays, I have to say I've never been in the Labour Party, but I have a lot of friends who've been thrown out of the Labour Party because not many of my friends in the Labour Party seem to be surviving. It's simply appalling. It's appalling on a human level. It's appalling in the denigration and humiliation of some of the best people in the country, frankly, who are suffering abuse. They should never have to suffer. And I'm delighted that today we have so many people here willing to stand up against it, because the only way to end this is for everyone to be willing to stand up and say no, and we need more people to join us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Thank you. I think what we're going to do now, Tina, you're going to have a summation of some of the questions that have been asked. We have actually only 20 minutes. So I think if speakers could keep themselves limited to about a 2 to 3 minute response, which if anybody doesn't know how long 3 minutes is, it's never enough. So just say something quite briefly, and then we'll get through quite a lot of people. Okay, Tina?
Yes, very briefly. I mean, there's been huge amounts of questions and comments in the Q&A and the chat, and I'm not surprised. What an inspiring number of comrades have been speaking here. It's really good. Can we criticize Jeremy Corbyn? Isn't he the reason we're here today? How should we criticize him? Is it worth fighting in the courts, which is, of course, what Chris Williamson is at the moment doing, and a number of Jewish Labour Party members have started a legal action? Or is it not that the people with the deepest pockets are likely to win? What do we do about the Labour Party? Do we stay? Do we fight? How can we fight back? I've been posting in the chat a little answer to that. Please join our December 15 meeting to discuss how we can actually, those who've been expelled and suspended can fight back, but other issues. Two-state solution, one-state solution, regional solution. I mean, this is perhaps not the meeting to get to all of these issues. The crucial question, though, and I think this is actually started because Moshe touched on it, is the question: safe spaces, zero tolerance, free speech for racists. I mean, these are questions, actually, we had a similar meeting, but they go really to the heart. If we call for free speech, are we allowing right-wingers free speech as well? My view is yes. Other people have different views on that. But these are issues that go to the heart of our debate here. I'll leave it at that. It's enough.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in a very disorganized manner. So the first shall not be last and the last will not be first. For you to come back with a kind of 2 to 3 minute comment on what you said. And this time I will actually really interrupt you if you do go on too long, because I want everybody to have a chance to come back. So Jonathan, would you like to unmute yourself?
Do you want me to speak now?
Yeah.
On the question of free speech for racists, well, I'm not inclined to restrict free speech for anyone. I think what we really need to move towards is be very aware of what happened with the hacking scandal and the big attempt which was made to rein in the abuse of the press. It wasn't quite successful in 2018. The reforms to the amendment to the Data Protection Act was defeated, but there was a big trial. Well, that was moving towards a situation where you could actually hold people, hold journalists, hold press accountable for misinformation. where you could challenge them at low costs. I think this is the way we should be thinking, rather than sort of trying to restrict comments by right-wing racists. On the question of Justin Schlossberg's truth defense, I know there's a question on that. And Media Lens, yes, these are organizations, particularly Truth Defense, which I thoroughly support. And I think that's the way forward, because they are, looking at it forensically and seeking to reach out. They will be seeking to reach out to the other parties or people outside of the left, as well as focusing on this terrible abuse we've seen of the Labour Party and the left of the Labour Party, and getting the big picture. What I said earlier was about the large doll, focusing on the large doll rather than the small Russian doll inside it.
Can we go on now to Chris Williamson? Chris, would you like to have your 2 minutes?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it right to criticise Jeremy? I mean, I think Jeremy's mistake was in not being strong enough in taking advice from people who didn't know what they were doing. And as a consequence of that, we are in this situation. Had, I think, Jeremy listened to people like myself, who was urging him to stand up to the smear merchants, to stand up to the Israel lobby, then I'm convinced that I'd still be a Labour MP rather than a recovering Labour MP, and Jeremy would be in number 10 and would be in the process of transforming the country. As for using the courts, yes, I do think we do need to use the courts, and it is obviously a very expensive proposition. But if we stand in solidarity, if we contribute collectively, then we can defeat them. I've taken on the Labour Party after I was suspended, beat them in the High Court, took on the EHRC after they were proposing to name me and beat them. We've actually represented and supported other activists and people, and we'll be filing some more cases in the High Court next week or the week after, taking on the Labour Party, people who have been unfairly suspended. So I do think that we have to take them on at their own game. Two can play lawfare, and we intend to play lawfare, and we intend to win. As for the Labour Party, should I stay or should I go, as the Clash once sang, I think the only thing we can sensibly do now is to go. There's no means of wresting power from the right wing of the Labour Party. There'll be an incredible amount of frustration if we stick with the Labour Party. People stick with the Labour Party. So I think, obviously, people make their own choice. It would be far better to help us build an alternative vehicle outside the Labour Party, a social movement and an electoral vehicle outside the Labour movement. It's been done in this country before when the Labour Party was founded in 1900, replacing the political duopoly of the Liberals and the Tories. It's been done in other countries. We can do it. We just have to be confident in our own sort of collective strength, as it were. And in terms of free speech, I would just merely quote Noam Chomsky, who said, if we don't believe in free expression for people we despise, we don't believe in it at all.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. Moshe, you have your 2-3 minutes now.
Thank you. I won't address all these questions. It take too much time. As for criticizing Corbyn, yes, I think I agree with what Chris Williamson has said on this. As for fighting in the courts, be very careful. Make sure that you have really an ironclad case, because the courts are not neutral. The courts are part of the state, the courts are part of the establishment. On certain procedural questions, you may expect to get something approaching a free trial. But don't be tempted to fight political battles on political ideas in the courts. Be careful what you do there. As for staying in the Labour Party, yes, stay, but the point of staying is to fight the bastards who have taken control. Don't stay and speak out. I have stayed and spoken out, and I'm now a suspended member of the Labour Party. I will continue to speak out. I will not resign. I could now resign from the Labour Party and save myself the subscription fee. but I will continue to speak out and to expose their lies. As for one state, be aware that in order to achieve a one state solution, which is a perfectly decent idea to put forward, perfectly well-meaning in the best sense of the word, this will require overthrow of the present regime of Israel. The present regime of Israel will not accept it. And then you have to raise the question how this can come about and who is able to perform this transformation. I see no way in which this could take place without the participation of the Israeli working class. It is not going to happen by outside forces. I don't think that there's any realistic possibility of this. And it's not going to happen in the present situation. So I think you have to think very, very deeply about this very decent idea of one democratic state. And please remember that the Zionist regime also wants a one state. It wants a one state, but without too many Palestinian inhabitants in it. And the Zionist regime has an option which the apartheid regime in South Africa never had. The South African regime of apartheid needed the black people. It couldn't get rid of them. It was the labor force which sustained the South African economy. It couldn't do a Nakba with a black population of South Africa, which was the majority, because it was a necessary part of the South African economy. For the Zionist regime, which is a different type of colonization, more like the colonization of North America or Australia, the indigenous population is surplus to requirement. So the Zionist regime has actual plan in case of a favorable situation, what they call a propitious hour, of actually perpetrating another major Nakba. And that will be their version of a one-state solution in favor of Zionist colonization.
Thank you very much, Moshe. Craig, would you like to come in now? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry. Yep. Very briefly indeed. On the speech, I'm essentially in favor of the speech. I think it can be limited, but only in extreme situations. John Stuart Mill wrote that it's perfectly respectable to say that a corn merchant is a thief who starves the working classes. That's fine to say. But if you say the same thing to a raging mob with pitchforks and torches outside the corn merchant's house at midnight, then it's not okay to say that. And I think context is everything, and it's whether what you're saying is causing a threat to people, a threat of harm to people, which is important, which is where in certain circumstances and in certain societies, it's right to ban racist speech, and I think it probably is right to ban racist speech in our society at the moment. It's not really for me to say whether people should stay in the Labour Party, because I'm not in the Labour Party. I'm actually a member of the SNP, and we had we've been having similar problems with an increasingly right-wing leadership moving in directions which the party members don't want. And there I've urged people to stay in and fight, and we've essentially taken back control of the NEC at the last party conference. So it's difficult for me not to advise my Labour Party. I would say to you, and this is what I feel of the SNP as well, which I'm in, you need in the short term to actually change the leadership. If you're not going to get rid of Keir Starmer, there's no point in staying in. So stay in to get rid of Keir Starmer. Staying in if Keir Starmer remains leader is absolutely pointless. And I would give that a 2-year window. And I should say, I feel exactly the same say about the party I'm in. We can't get rid of Nicola Sturgeon in 2 years. I shall leave. I think those are my thoughts at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. And Carrie Ann.
Goodness gracious. I'm not going to try and take all the questions similar to Moshe. It's going to eat up all the time. But on free speech, I go back and forth on that issue, as I'm sure most people do. I do think, for me personally, there's a really thick line, not a thin line, a really thick line between hate speech and free speech. But in practical terms, the issue that we have at the moment is that any time there is some sort of mobilization to stop hate speech, it then just gets weaponized against those of us who are exhibiting free speech, and the hate speech just carries on regardless. So it is a really difficult situation to be in. And I think in the context we're in at the moment, I think we almost need to back away from censoriousness in its entirety, because it just feels like anytime there is a program in the mainstream to censor hate speech, it's only ever used against the left anyway. So there's that. In terms of Corbyn, I think my views on this are pretty well known. Appeasement never works. It was a flawed strategy. It was a failure of solidarity, and it did enormous harm to the movement. And I wish that approach hadn't been taken. I would concur with Chris's explanation of why it happened. There were people, you know, I call them the optics left, surrounding Corbyn, which, you know, say, well, if we sacrifice this group or this bit of our programme, we might have a chance of advancing this other part of our programme, which is just, that's New Labour strategy, you know, and socialism is supposed to rest on universalism. You don't cut one group off in the hopes of benefiting another. You say, no, we're all fighting together, and everyone's fight is important. Everyone's need is as important as everyone else's. So it was a failure. In terms of staying in the Labour Party or going, I'm not a member of the Labour Party. I left when they adopted the IHRA, because for me, I simply cannot be a member of an organisation that has that on its books. And I was also aware of me being quite a high scalp to take in terms of suspension, and I didn't want to give the witch hunt the pleasure of being able to celebrate my suspension and expulsion. But ultimately, I think back to putting ourselves in Starmer's shoes when Corbyn was the leader. What was more annoying, the establishment of Change UK or centrists within the party consistently, you know, frustrating the party from within? And both did damage, but probably the internals were worse. So I actually think we should be supporting both strategies. I think it's really easy to start agitating against each other and going, I'm leaving or I'm staying, and arguing. I actually think we should all be absolutely backing new socialist movements with everything we've got, and we should be lending our support and solidarity to those inside Labour who want to deal with Starmer and the centrist threat.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. I just want to say a few things for myself. One is, when you get into this ridiculous situation where my partner can be expelled from the Labour Party for sharing a platform with me, where people can be named by the Board of Deputies and become, just like they were in South Africa, banned people. And I think in terms of this issue about censoring, when you've got organizations like Hope Not Hate, who actually invert what hate is and debase anti-racism, I think we all need to think about where we're going in terms of censoring speech. I mean, we've had a great morning. Can I remind everybody that we are coming back this afternoon, so please come back and see everybody here for 2:30, I believe, 2:30. So I think this afternoon is going to be just as good. I know those panelists myself, and there will be good conversations. I want to say thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to, actually, we've had over 300 on this platform, and that doesn't even take into account Facebook or when it goes out recorded. So thanks to everybody. Thank you very much.
Well done, everyone.
I think I'm going to have to leave this meeting on, otherwise people get chucked out. So,
Okay, I'm going to turn my screen off for a
yes, I'm going to turn that screen off.
I cannot join the second part of the meeting. I have other obligations. So it was very nice joining you, and
Thank you.
best wishes for the continuation.
to do?
The ruling class always mocks the afflicted.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Ooh.
Easy now. Okay, comrades, I think we'll make a start. It's 2:30. We've got 8 excellent speakers this afternoon, and I don't want to cut you all too short, so I'm...
Do I try and share the screen at all, or is that going to be too much of a problem?
You can, but it's still only 10 minutes, Tony.
Yeah, okay, I'll...
So maybe leave that one and concentrate on what you're saying.
Okay.
So my name is Tina Workman. I am a co-chair of Labour Against the Witch Hunt, and I'm chairing this second session. The first session was absolutely brilliant. Speakers, you have your work cut out to do as well as the second session, the first session. This session, though, is also really, really important. We want to examine how the so-called definition of anti-Semitism published by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance is neither a definition nor does it deal much with anti-Semitism. It is designed, particularly in its 11 examples, to delegitimize criticism of Israel and anti-Zionism. And it's an integral and important part of the international campaign against pro-Palestinian and left voices. And the attempt to criminalize the boycott, divestment and sanction movements in Germany, France, Britain, the USA, etc., is very much part of this attempt to shut down anybody who speaks up on this issue. In Britain, it often felt as this was just directed against Jeremy Corbyn and to get rid of him, but it goes much, much further than that. This is really spreading rapidly into all areas of society and in different countries, and including universities, which we'll examine later in the sessions, but also schools. Coming from Germany, I grew up in a period where socialists and communists were not allowed to work as teachers or be part of any other government department. It was a sackable offense, and plenty of teachers were sacked. We're very much heading into a very similar direction. In Britain, for example, it is not allowed. Teachers are not allowed to use so-called anti-capitalist materials in class. The government is planning on stopping demonstrations and protests outside venues of national infrastructure, which includes the so-called infrastructure, which includes printing presses, because of course of the excellent blockade by Extinction Rebellion recently. This will all get worse. It will get much, much worse internationally if we do not stand up to it. And this is what this meeting really is about. How can we internationally stand up against this campaign to shut us up? It's an international campaign which we must fight against internationally. So we're really, really happy to welcome so many people from all over the world in this session. And isn't it nice how Zoom allows us to do this? This afternoon will be Tony Greenstein, who almost needs no introduction. He's a lifelong anti-racist campaigner, like many of our speakers. He has a Jewish background. His blog is world famous because he's certainly not holding back on either exposing Zionists or right-wingers, or of the amount of pictures and graphic he's using in his blog. He will be speaking briefly, for 10 minutes, on the chiefly on the IRA misdefinition on anti-Semitism. Thank you, Tony.
Right, thank you, comrades. Welcome to everyone. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition is the main instrument for clamping down on free speech. And you will probably know that it says that if you compare Israel to Nazi Germany or the Holocaust, then that is almost certainly anti-Semitic. So the first thing about it is that the IHRA is itself named after the Holocaust, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And the question is, where did it come from? It was first adopted by the European Union Monitoring Committee in 2005, but it was actually predated that. Kenneth Stern, the principal drafter of the definition, said, and I quote, "The idea for a common definition was, as far as I know, first articulated by Dina Porat." Dina Porat is the chief historian at Yad Vashem, the Israeli Holocaust Propaganda Museum in Jerusalem, a museum which is situated almost adjacent to Deir Yassin, the first horrific massacre in the Nakba. And it was designed principally to trap criticism of Israel and Zionism and label it as anti-Semitic. It was based on the idea that people criticized Israel, not because of what it did, but because it was a Jewish state. And if you employ that logic and you think about it, Northern Ireland, Ulster, called itself a Protestant state, a Protestant supremacist state. Does anyone buy the idea that if people criticized what was in effect a loyalist police state for 50 years, that they were doing that because it was run by Protestants? Or give another example, South Africa, which called itself a white Christian state. Does anyone really believe that people opposed apartheid because it was white? We had a hang up because some people were white as opposed to black? No, of course not. It was the practices of apartheid itself that were the target. And the question I always ask is, why do you need a definition of anti-Semitism other than, say, in a dictionary? The Oxford English Dictionary defines anti-Semitism in 6 words: hostility to or prejudice against Jews. The IHRA is over 500 words, which really is not a definition by definition. For example, my father and many other thousands of Jews took part in the Battle of Cable Street in 1936 to stop the fascists marching through the East End. Did they need a definition of anti-Semitism to know what it was about? To know what anti-Semitism was? Of course not. It was self-evident. So again, the question is, why the IHRA? And the clear reason is to protect the state of Israel. If you term the Israeli state a racist state, then or a racist endeavor, to use its curious formulation, then you are deemed to be anti-Semitic. Well, given that Israel is a racist state, a racist ethno-nationalist state, what that in essence is saying is that there is a basis to anti-Semitism being true, that you can say something which is true, but it can still be anti-Semitic. In other words, that racism has a valid basis, and that is the logic of Zionism itself. Let's be quite clear. Israel is inherently racist because it defines itself as a Jewish state, or in the words of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel is a state not of all its citizens, but its Jewish citizens. And there's a very clear example which goes to the heart of what Israel is about. Under the law return, the most basic law in Israel, I, as someone who is Jewish, have an automatic right to return to Israel, even if I have never been there, whereas Palestinians who live there, who were born there, whose families lived there for generations, they have no such right. And that is racist, if anything is racist. If racism has any meaning at all, then clearly if you don't have the right to live in the land in which you were born, yet strangers, settlers from other countries come there, that has to be racist. The thing about the IHRA, which is quite curious in a way, is that people who are genuinely anti-Semitic have no problem with it. Donald Trump, when he was attacking 4 black congresswomen and telling them to go back to where they came from, although 3 of them were born in the United States, he also added for good measure that they were anti-Semitic. Why? Because they criticized the Israeli state. Or take another example, Viktor Orban, who won the 2018 election in Hungary on an explicitly anti-Semitic platform, attacking George Soros as a global financier. Hungary too has adopted the IHRA, and one can run through the list of people on the far right who are more than happy with the IHRA. In fact, the irony is, in the German Bundestag, which declared that BDS, boycott, divestment and sanctions, was anti-Semitic, the most vociferous opponents of BDS were the neo-Nazi Alternative for Germany, AfD. And it is an irony when people who are explicitly anti-Semitic, who have neo-Nazis amongst their ranks, are nonetheless foremost advocates of implementing the IHRA. And that is the reality of the situation we have today, that the IHRA is a weapon in the hands of the ruling class. It's not an anti-racist weapon in any sense, shape or form. And it's no accident that Kenneth Stern, its principal drafter, who is an American academic, has come out strongly against what he terms is the weaponization of the IHRA. But if in the Labour Party you were to say that the IHRA, which has been adopted, has been weaponized, that is grounds for your suspension and expulsion. And I have to say that Jeremy Corbyn in 2016, who adopted the 38-word definition of the IHRA without any compulsion whatsoever, in essence, made a rod for his own back, and also for everyone else in the Labour Party as well. If instead of appeasing, he had actually come out at the very beginning against the weaponization of anti-Semitism, he might now be in number 10 instead of Boris Johnson. But that maybe is another story. What is the IHRA based on? People say, and it was certainly said in Brighton when the Brighton Hove Council adopted it, that the IHRA is the product of the wishes of the Jewish community, that you are attacking the identity of a Jewish community, the majority of whom consider themselves Zionists or supporters of Israel. And that is to an extent true. The majority Jewish identity today is pro-Zionist and pro-Israel. And all I have to say to that is that attacking or criticizing an identity is not the same as criticizing the existence of a people. An identity is a political and cultural formation. And if you criticize an identity, there's nothing at all racist about that. For example, I mean, I supported Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses. Many, many Muslims oppose that as being an attack on their identity. Was it racist to support Salman Rushdie? I very much doubt it. Let's give you another example. Imagine that in Britain, there had been 100,000 expatriate white South Africans who said that apartheid was part of their identity. Would it have been racist to criticize apartheid? No, of course not. Apartheid was a political and ideological system. It wasn't something which was inherent in being white or being indeed white South African. So I think we do have to be clear about what we are facing. And in the Labour Party, I mean, I find it amusing that David Evans says that the reason for banning free speech is because it makes Jews feel unsafe. Well, that is a form of othering people who are Jewish. Of course, he's only referring to certain Jews, but I find that in itself anti-Semitic. But I come back to the IHRA itself, because it's based on the idea that Israel is the inheritor of the mantle of the Holocaust. And when someone like, for instance, Ken Livingstone spoke out of turn and reminded us of the record of Zionism during the Holocaust, then he was immediately shot down and called the Nazi apologist by, amongst others, John Mann, if you remember. The same John Mann who produced a booklet which described gypsies as a social problem of antisocial behavior. And I would just like to quote from Burl Katznelson, who was the deputy to David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel. And he wrote this. He was a founder of Mapai, the Israeli Labour Party. And he said, in the 30s, he said, the rise of Hitler was an opportunity to build and flourish like none we have ever had or will have. And Ben-Gurion himself said, the Nazis' victory would become a fertile force for Zionism. We don't hear these quotes today. We don't hear these ideas. But in the 1930s, the Zionist leadership saw the rise of Hitler as an opportunity, not as something that foretold great horrors for the Jewish people. And so whilst vast majority of Jews supported a boycott of Nazi Germany, the Zionist movement en masse opposed it. And the reason why was quite simple. Their concentration was on building a racial state, an ethno-nationalist state. And although today it's said that if you compare Israel to Nazi Germany, you're anti-Semitic, the fact is that Holocaust survivors like Zev Sternhall, a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, have warned that Israel today is very similar to what Germany was between 1933 and 39. For example, that Jews were only able to live in certain parts of German cities, just as today in Israel itself, Palestinian citizens cannot live in hundreds of Jewish communities. And there is a law, the Reception Committee's law, the Admission Committee law of 2011, which gives Jewish communities the right to bar access to Palestinians and stop them being members. So we should be under no doubt, Israel is a racist state, and the IHRA is devised with one purpose and one purpose alone. It is not to stop or to prevent anti-Semitism, but it is to ensure that the Israeli state wards off criticism. And the reason why it's been adopted by the British and the American establishment is because Israel is at the center of British and American and Western imperialist foreign policy in the Middle East. So I'll leave it at that, but just to say, we have to take up the IHRA because it is a dire threat to our freedom of speech in this country and abroad. Thank you.
Quite right. Thank you very much, Tony. I noticed you didn't leave any breathing space between your sentences, so I couldn't actually get in to wind you up.
I am
But you've done
extremely sorry for that.
You've done very well. Thank you. 12 minutes. And it was very thought-provoking, I thought. Kevin Bean will be the next speaker. He is going to focus on the universities. He's a lecturer, or former lecturer, member of the UCU, University College Union. And he's also part of a quarter of the Wavertree Four, who've all been suspended recently for criticizing their MP, and he's actually been expelled since then as well. So solidarity, Kevin.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Yes, I am a member of the University of Liverpool University and Colleges Union branch. I am speaking in a personal capacity, but I'm sure that what I'm about to say will be supported by many members of my union, and indeed by many people who work in British universities. Earlier this year, well, in fact, just a few months ago, the Secretary of State for Education, Gavin Williamson, wrote to the Vice Chancellors of British universities, effectively the heads of the universities, and urged them to adopt the IHRA definition as a working definition of anti-Semitism. And in doing this, he also put forward an implied threat that if universities didn't adopt the definition, then this may well lead to their funding being cut, and perhaps more importantly, that their rights to issue degrees and indeed act as universities could be threatened. He said as he did this, that there had been too many disturbing incidents of anti-Semitism on campus from both students and staff, and a lack of willingness by too many universities to confront this. He also went on to say that if I've not seen the overwhelming majority of institutions adopting the definition by Christmas, then I will act. Well, it's very close to Christmas, and we will see what sort of action he takes. In urging this, he was, of course, joined and supported by the Secretary of State for Education, the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, Kate Green, one of Keir Starmer's recent appointees. And she also urged universities to adopt the IHRA definition. Now, if we look at the adoption of the definition, statistics are, I think, hard to come by at the moment. Universities, like other institutions, are working under some restrictions. But it would seem that out of the 133 universities in Britain, that about 29 or so have adopted the IHRA definition. Many of them are leading universities. They're the most prestigious. They include the University of Cambridge, and a number of other leading universities who've adopted this in some form. I could run through the list, including my own: Liverpool, Newcastle, Nottingham, University College London, Durham, Edinburgh, Manchester, and so on. Now, what's quite important about the adoption of the definition is that it's usually carried out by the senior management of the university. I won't bore the meeting with talking about the arcane features of university management, but in many universities there are still democratic, or at least pseudo-democratic senates and other bodies which are supposed to represent the university at large. And many of these bodies were not consulted, and in most cases the adoption was just carried out by a senior management team. The other point about the adoption is that it's largely been carried out, I think, in the last year, certainly to the last year, 18 months or so. So it's quite probable that in many universities, this has not gone through the usual channels. It's been adopted during, I think, a fairly different period when the normal debate isn't around. However, that shouldn't, I think, play down the importance of this issue, or indeed the potential opposition to this issue. My union has had a long record of opposing the IRHA definition. It's passed motions to that effect. And just recently, the National Executive wrote to Gavin Williamson to oppose the statement. And indeed, in a number of branches where the definition has recently been adopted, the branches have spoken out against it, and indeed are now campaigning against it. So as an issue, free speech on Palestine, and indeed this wider issue, has been quite an important one in our union. At the beginning, Tina referred to the Berufsverbot in West Germany in the post-war period. And we've not had anything of that type, but it's certainly now becoming more of an issue about what one can or can't say in a university, particularly because the measures or the definition is, I think, sufficiently vague to really encompass quite a wide range of statements and arguments. So it's an issue that probably is going to build in the union. As I said, we've had quite heated debates over our opposition to this statement before, and indeed on issues of the boycott and the disinvestment campaign. So we are not strangers to this, and in many ways I think we will perhaps be in the front line because of the intellectual dimension of shutting down debate. I see the role of the universities in this as part of a much wider international issue. And again, both Tony and Tina in their opening remarks referred to events in the United States and the events in Germany. Recently, the American Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, organized an international conference on anti-Semitism. And he had a number of invited speakers, the Secretary of State for the Duchy of Lancaster, Michael Gove, John Mann, who we've already come across, and Luciana Berger, the former Labour MP for Wavertree, which is where I was a member of the Labour Party. Now, what was significant in that discussion about anti-Semitism was this wider argument that anti-Semitism was clearly linked to anti-imperialism and indeed to anti-capitalism. And the argument was that this growing tide of anti-Semitism, or this alleged tide of anti-Semitism, was fueled by militant anti-capitalism that identified Jews with capitalism. And it repeated this idea that any opposition to Israel, or indeed any opposition to the United States policies, was anti-capitalist and was, in effect, anti-Semitic. Now, I see the adoption of this definition as part of a much wider current, which is trying to delegitimize all forms of opposition to American policy, to the particular policies of Israel in the Middle East, but perhaps more importantly, to all forms of challenge to the status quo. It is, as I said earlier when introducing the draft charter, but what I think is increasingly happening is that what is possible to debate, what it's possible to talk about is now being narrowly restricted. And the earlier references to the PREVENT program, the definition of extremism, the definition of political violence, and indeed the whole idea of what is an acceptable set of political ideas is, I think, really implicit in this attempt to get this definition more widely accepted in universities. Tony referred to Kenneth Stern and his role in the drafting of the definition, but Stern also made the point, he said that it was never intended as a campus hate speech code. And indeed, the use of this definition in a sort of quasi-judicial role inside universities does, I think, have many dangers for us. So why do I think that it's of much wider importance? Well, I think first of all that it has a symbolic value. Because its adoption is relatively new in Britain, and it doesn't have, as far as we can see at the moment, a definite legal status, then how it will be used against individuals still remains unclear. So it means that if, for example, a member of staff or a student is deemed to have contravened this definition, whether this is then actionable in terms of bringing the university into disrepute or justifying any other form of disciplinary action, I think is still open to question. But I think the danger, of course, is self-censorship of a growth of a sort of a climate of fear, which prevents people from speaking out, not only on the obvious issues of Middle Eastern politics, Israel and Palestine, the United States and so on, but in the much wider context. So I think it's establishing that type of framework, establishing that type of climate that actually makes it so significant in that way. The other issue, I think, is the idea that the universities are significant ideological battlegrounds. Universities in Britain are very important institutions. Something like 50% of the relevant age group of young people now attend an institution called a university. They're very powerful, they're very important. So as a battleground for shaping opinion, as a battleground for shaping how future generations, and indeed the wider public and intellectual culture functions, they are very significant places. It's very tempting, I think, for people who think of universities as ivory towers, or think that this is all something of a storm in a teacup, to dismiss that. But I think they're quite central. And why they're central is, of course, that the battle of ideas, the battle for public opinion, often begins in universities. So if you can freeze the debate, if you can shut out sections of opinion, then you've done a very, very good service to your cause. And I think that this is clearly what is behind this. But I think there's also a moral dimension as well. And I think Tony alluded to it, and many of the sessions alluded to it this morning, which is that this delegitimization of certain political positions is not just saying that you're wrong, it's actually saying that you're morally wrong. And I think wrapping yourself in the cover of this definition, of even arguing that to oppose the definition somehow equates you with anti-Semitism and then links you to one of the most horrendous incidents in world history in the past 100 years, again, does this attempt to delegitimize and to undermine you. And the fact that this has been taken up by the British Conservatives and by the Labour right shows exactly where that type of delegitimization is coming from. So, comrades, this is an important area. My union, both locally and nationally, will take the issue up. We will begin the fight back. And we will, of course, work with other comrades and other supporters of free speech and democracy to ensure that this attempt to close down the debate is defeated. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kevin. Excellent contribution. Our next speaker is Leah Levan. She's co-chair of Jewish Voice for Labour. She's with us in a personal capacity. She's also a Labour Party councillor in Hastings, and as I understand it, not yet suspended. Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know how I've managed that. So thanks everyone for inviting me. I've been thinking broadly about the free speech issues, and I put some things in chat that people suggested I raise. So I think most of that needs to be addressed, that my concerns about calling for free speech, perhaps rather than speaking truth to power, might be things better addressed when time is so short today at the conference on the 23rd. So this session's about the IHRA. As Tony indicated, emotionally now has a connection by being under the auspices of the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. It has a particular resonance that people who don't know the ins and outs of it find particularly hard to resist, in addition to the people who are manipulating it quite consciously. So I don't need to go into some of the problems. It's clearly not useful in dealing with anti-Semitism. And there is a really long list of people who oppose this definition and the way the working definition has been used, as people have said, starting with the author himself. Others include many Jewish academics, lawyers, including Israeli Jews, all appalled at the weaponization of anti-Semitism, which is important and real, and of course the conflation of criticism of Israel and all the ideology and of course the reality of Zionism with anti-Semitism. So I think in the very left-wing journal, The Times of Israel, irony alert, there was a blog yesterday or the day before listing, if you look up who's against the IHRA, this will come up in your Google search, and there is an enormous list. There are links to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people from all sorts of walks of life. Jewish Voice for Labour, if you go onto our website, we have a plethora of articles and links to erudite dismantling of the definition, much as Tony has outlined it, the definition that's not a definition. But facts and learned opinion seem to matter far less than the distortion that's become an accepted truth that this is the internationally recognized definition. It is not. And this way in which distortions and lies have been accepted as truths is the biggest danger. And we may go back to the definition. Why does even the mild caveat in the definition, in the working definition, get so frequently ignored? That the 11 examples, 7 of which are about Israel, are all referred to as may, given the context, be anti-Semitic. May, given the context. We never hear about the context. It's never quoted. It's never referred to, except when we make the sort of arguments we're making here today as an excuse by those who advocate it of proof that it's not about conflating Israel and anti-Semitism, that it doesn't close down speech about Palestine. Now, the pressure to adopt the IHRA working definition has been and continues to be intense in the extreme. So this very day, by being here, I'm under some scrutiny. There was an article in a local blog. I was asked to comment and I chose not to. And it's very interesting to see what they say. I might put up on the chat later. So I am frankly wondering when the email will arrive from the Labour Party General Secretary telling me that I'm being investigated or suspended for speaking against Labour Party policy, especially because I'm a local councillor. Now, just give an example. I could state categorically that I 100% disagree with current Labour Party policy about retaining a commitment to nuclear weapons. But I do not think that if I spoke on a platform with CND urging a change in that policy, that I'd be looking over my shoulder in the same way or at all. And it's ludicrous that so many have been investigated, suspended, or even expelled, including many Jewish comrades, for allegations of anti-Semitism. And it's worrying, especially in the context of a free speech conference, that I should feel concerned about expulsion, suspension, investigation for speaking the truth or even for just having a different opinion and perspective, even when I have not broken any of the Labour Party's rules. There's nothing in the rule book that says I can't speak against main policy. There's nothing in the rule book that says I must not speak on a platform with people who have been expelled. Nonetheless, I am not operating in accordance with Pledge 5 of the 10 that the Board of Deputies of British Jews insisted that the leadership candidates signed up to. These pledges have not yet, and hopefully never will be, turned into Labour Party rules. So my own council, which has recently adopted this working definition with additional clauses to protect the right to free speech on Israel and for groups to be able to campaign against human rights abuses on our streets. Both Jewish Voice for Labour and the Palestine Solidarity Campaign were explicitly mentioned by the proposer of the motion as reasons for the town being known as a place that welcomes anti-Semites. That is such an insult to the town of Hastings, and a ludicrous distortion of what's happening. And as Kevin has outlined, I don't need to go into details again, as much force is being now applied to universities with threats of withdrawal or reduction of funding and even the ability to award fees. I'm going to try and, yeah. So the point is that we get told, well, let's just adopt it because there's more important issues at stake. How can we let our students down? How can we let the local people in our town down? And these are really important things that people are grappling with, and they are real. But how far in has that thin end of the wedge already been pushed? And how much more will it be pushed in if we fail to raise our concerns, not only about what is happening in Palestine, but about what's happening to our ability to speak truth to power? And I will say on the record that Israel is an apartheid state. Desmond Tutu said this many years ago. And he should know. And if there was any doubt, the recent nation state law explicitly confirms that there are people's rights, that their people's rights and status will differ depending on which community you belong to. And that is before we consider the millions of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem who have no say over the Israeli national government, but this is a government that actually controls every aspect of their lives, let alone the millions of descendants that Tony has talked about, the original refugees who cannot return. And yet, in theory, like Tony, I have the right to settle. I don't think they want me very much, but that's technically I have the right. And I won't go into, because some people have already referred to the boycott, divestment and sanctions and what's happening in Germany, France, and indeed similar laws are being proposed, or at least seriously considered in this country. I'm sure that Ronnie Barkham will particularly address that. But there are other problems with this dominance of the debate about the IHRA, this whole campaign. So I just want to talk a little bit today about racism towards Black and Asian and Muslim people. The issue of Labour Party anti-Semitism and the necessity of adopting the IHRA working definition has dominated the airwaves and the mainstream media in all its forms. Of course, issues such as Windrush and the hostile environment are mentioned, but never with the force, the frequency, or even the levels of criticism of the government that have been applied around this issue in relation to the Labour Party. It's a bit ironic, even carrying on under Starmer. And by the way, Starmer is supposed to be such a great leader, such a great manager, and managerialism is the best he seems to be offering, that he set as a benchmark for success in tearing out anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, that people like Louise Ellman would come back to the party. Not something he's got any control over. So failed management 101. But one of the things he did do was to commission Doreen Lawrence to look into the reasons behind the disproportionate impact of COVID on Black and Asian communities. And this report, if any of you even heard about it, was published less than 48 hours before the EHRC report into the handling of complaints of anti-Semitism by the Labour Party. Wasn't an investigation into anti-Semitism. The final chapter of the Lawrence report is about dealing with systemic racism. Again, who remembers this report? Who's writing about it? Who's reading about it? Who's acting on its recommendations. And 13 days after the publication of that EHRC report, a cross-party parliamentary committee, again, not your mad lefties, chaired by Harriet Harman and dominated by Conservatives numerically, reported about racism.
Start speaking after.
Sorry, I've nearly finished. Sorry, Ronnie. Anyway, this report about racism and human rights ended with the stark conclusion: Black people's human rights are not protected in the United Kingdom. As far as I'm concerned, this ought to be headline news and run until this is sorted. By the way, it also considered the HRC unfit for purpose. But it's not. We're not hearing about this report. We are still hearing about Labour anti-Semitism. And so on. So I'm sorry, I will come to that, but there is fight back. That's what I wanted to say. So today is part of the fight back, developing campaigns about free speech, taking on board some of the caveats that we will need to. The Palestinian solidarity movement, I think, is growing and not weakening, and certainly sympathy for Palestinians is not waning. Raising awareness about Palestinians' lived experience is more important than ever, as Israel has, for example, ramped up the amount of demolitions in the West Bank and East Jerusalem during this pandemic, and children continue to get arrested in the middle of the night, and Palestinians continue to get injured and killed by Israeli soldiers and settlers, who then receive light, if any, punishment. And more young people, including more young Jews, are standing up for Palestinians, and connections are being made between the Black Lives Matter movement and the Palestinian solidarity movement. And this is really terrifying for the ruling class. Jews from across the world are gathering together to oppose the use of the IHRA. I've been involved in meetings with people from at least 14 countries, from North and South America, many European countries, and Australia and New Zealand. And our first act has been to issue a statement in support of that recent statement issued by Palestinian Arab academics, journalists, and intellectuals. And we're working on our next actions. I'm sure I'm coming towards the end of my time. Obviously, the fight back that Kevin has outlined from the University Colleges Union. Jewish Voice for Labour's slogan is always with the oppressed and not the oppressor. It relates to things that were said in the morning or the earlier session. Never again has got to be never again for anybody. So that is our slogan is a direct quote from Marek Edelman. We take no credit for it. We always want to credit him. Marek Edelman, for those of you who don't know, was a heroic leader of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising and a man who refused to emigrate to Israel, but rather wanted to work to make Poland and the rest of the world safe for Jews and other people who are oppressed. We shall not give up the fight. I hope you will join us. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you very much. Excellent speech. Comrades, I've put in the article that Leah referred to from the Times of Israel. We actually have a speaker later in the session, hello Rowan, from that organization that compiled this excellent article. So that's definitely worthwhile later. Before I bring in Ronnie Kasrils, though, we have actually Sami Ramadani, who will speak first, if that's okay, Ronnie, because we want to concentrate and then we get to the international section. We've spotted Sami in the audience and thought we can't just, let him be in the audience. He needs to speak. So thank you very much for joining us. I think this is especially important in what Kevin has pointed out. This is not just about delegitimizing pro-Palestinian voices. This goes further. This is actually anti-imperialist voices, anti-war voices are now. This is laying the groundwork of silencing opposition to war, to forthcoming wars. And this is it's very important that the IRA is being used for that as well. Sami is on the steering committee of the Stop the War Coalition in Britain, Iraq-born and a writer on Middle Eastern affairs. And I'm sure most of us know him. Thank you very much, Sami, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tina, for inviting me. This morning's session was really inspiring. I was in awe of all the speakers and the points they made. And I was thinking, what else could I say and contribute? So I thought maybe I should just pick up on some of the points raised in this morning's session and try and comment on them and try and relate them to my own experience within the anti-war movement as an Iraqi born here in London. And I will pick initially on the point raised by Moshe Machover about the big lie, that there is a certain mechanism, there is a certain formula for spreading lies that capture the public's attention and public opinion. And this method is not unique to the way anti-Semitism has been weaponized, or the slander, the smear of anti-Semitism has been weaponized to silence the left and the wider left and anti-imperialist opinions. It's a well-practiced, well-rehearsed, historically famous method of trying to insinuate, spread lies through whatever media is available. And in the modern age, especially if we talk about Britain, then you're talking about the BBC and the leading, even some liberal outlets, how certain lies are propagated. And that reminded me very strongly of the accusations leveled against myself and nearly all people in the anti-war movement against Iraq in 2003. And the accusation was that if you are anti-war, then you are a supporter of Saddam's fascist regime. And that was a really abhorrent, hurtful accusation for most of Iraqis living here in Britain and abroad, that it's such a wicked accusation. And it was plainly to silence Iraqi voices, to shut them up, because Tony Blair and the United States and the big lie was actually quite successful in the United States, especially, but also in Britain. If it wasn't for that substantial minority, let's say, who supported the war, because the majority, I think, opposed the war, if it wasn't for that big lie, I think that war would have been defeated, at least within a British context. So spreading lies is a very powerful weapon that the right wing use to silence people, to drive them into fearing to express their opinion. I mean, it became a kind of a must that when I was introduced in any capacity in public forums, in the media, and so on, Sami is a refugee from Saddam's regime. So it became like an apology that if you are opposed to the war, you have to first show your ID that you have been against Saddam's regime, which is ridiculous because anti-war, anti-imperialist wars, anti-wars of aggression are points of principle. And if you hold on to that point of principle without having to constantly apologize, to appease, to try and show that you are a good boy or a good girl and so on, is really conceding defeat before you even start the fight. So the big fight today is to say, look, this smear of anti-Semitism is a big lie, and it has to be defeated as a lie because the target is not the anti-Semitic right wing or general anti-Semitic opinion and activists. The target is precisely those who are fighting anti-Semitism, fighting racism, fighting wars of aggression, and fighting for justice. Now, I think it was Kevin Bean who said that they are even equating anti-capitalism with anti-Semitism. And this is the wider context. What Pompeo did in his anti-Semitism conference fighting is very significant, that they do want to enlarge the umbrella. The ultimate aim is really to enlarge the umbrella so that they silence all Jewish anti-Zionist opinion, all Jewish non-Zionist opinion, all left-wingers who dare to support the Palestinian people, all Jews who dare to support the Palestinian people. So they use targets first, and once they succeed in describing such people as anti-Semitic, as racist, it's quite incredible that two of Britain's leading anti-racist campaigners like Jeremy Corbyn and Ken Livingstone, they have virtually succeeding in convincing millions of people that these are racist. It's the mind boggle as to the power of the media and the mechanism of perpetuating lies in the public mind. So Tony Greenstein, or whoever you want to pick, Moshe Machover, Chomsky, whoever you want to pick across the world, or Leah, or whoever, as long as they identify them as people of courage, people of principle, and isolate them and target them through lies, they hope to silence everybody. Fear. I'll give you an example, Tina, if I have the time. I'm a member of a kind of WhatsApp group of generally broadly in my own local community here, generally broadly left and so on. And somebody put an item saying, look, we have to raise our voices. All these left-wing Jews and so on are being silenced, and we have to say something about suspension of Jeremy Corbyn and so on. And somebody within minutes posted back, and she's a good fighter, principal. She said, look, we have to be all very careful. There might be some spies within our group who might get us suspended and all that. So obviously the element of fear, I'm sorry, I can't remember who raised that point earlier than me, but spreading fear, general fear, so that people are frightened, silenced. You are pro-Saddam, you are racist, you are anti-Semitic, and so on. It's terrifying, quite honestly. And a lot of people do tend to go silent in situations like that. So it's incumbent upon all of us to raise our voices, to say, look, the Jewish community, just like the Iraqi community here, are being used as the battering ram to sell war, to fight against good principled causes. Supporting the Palestinian people is a question of principle. It has zilch to do with being anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is a racist ideology that has to be fought tooth and nail. But there are just causes that we need to support. You can't fight anti-Semitism without supporting just causes across the world. This is a universal fight. So trying to explain that the Jewish community, just like the Iraqi or sometimes even Black communities, are used to as a battering ram to defeat just causes and principled people. So I say, let's fight back. And I think, I'm definitely sure we will win, even if it takes years. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Conrad. That was excellent. I think you put the nail on the head. Anti-Semitism is not the target. There's a minuscule number of real anti-Semitism cases in the labor movement, and they have been weaponized for exactly, as you say, to target those who are fighting anti-Semitism, target those who are standing up against war and imperialism, and that is the actual target. And they have been extremely successful. It's been incredible how successful it's been. But yes, we have to, it's very isolating and very, to target comrades individually and to suspend them and to say, you shan't stand on the same platform, which is actually how this campaign started off. We said, no, Jackie is expelled, Tony Greenstein has been expelled, Chris Williamson has been expelled, and we still invite them to our meetings. Of course we do. They have been unjustly expelled and suspended and targeted, and we will stand collectively against it, which is why it's quite important we're building an international campaign against these attempts. And we're very, very pleased and very happy now to welcome Ronnie Kasrils to our meeting. Veteran anti-apartheid fighter, a commander of the ANC's military wing, and then a government minister under Nelson Mandela. Has got a Jewish background, like so many of our speakers today, and he's been outspoken in his opposition to what the Israeli government is doing to the Palestinians. One of the reasons, no doubt, why last year he was, for example, uninvited from Vienna from an event in the Volkskunde Museum, and has also been brushed with the same brush that we have all been targeted with. So thank you very much for joining us, Ronnie. We're very honored to have you with us. You're live now. You need to unmute yourself still, comrade. You're still muted, I'm afraid. Can you still mute it?
Okay, how's that?
Excellent, perfect.
Getting it all in place.
We got you.
Okay. Well, thanks for such an uplifting introduction. I mean, the whole meeting and the previous speakers, including the last one, have been so uplifting. And that's what we need to remind ourselves that, to use a hackneyed phrase, the force is with us. Forgive me for starting on a personal note, but the witch hunt you face in Britain and events I've been invited to address on Palestine in Europe and North America, which were banned, you've referred to Vienna, I think Ronnie Barkham and so many others have suffered such fates. But this takes me back 60 years ago to darkening days in apartheid South Africa. I was very young and had joined the movement. People were banned, so I was pushed to the fore to exercise my ability to speak. But very soon I was banned from public speaking, just months before full repression descended. We refused to submit, as is well known. We fought back like so many others through history, and through a united people struggle, reinforced by international solidarity, we toppled apartheid. So we empathize with British comrades facing this witch hunt. What is astonishing is that it is in the Labour Party, a one-time supporter of the anti-apartheid movement, that you're facing this intolerance. No doubt even the likes of Harold Wilson and Barbara Castle will be spinning in their graves. As the British Labour movement well knows, repressing freedom of speech in South Africa paved the way for wide-scale intimidation, brainwashing, outlawing opposition, and emergence of that terrorist state. The pattern of repression elsewhere. Apartheid's use of anti-communism as a blanket device, as with Joe McCarthy's witch hunting, is mirrored in manipulating anti-Semitism as a shield to protect Israel and shut us all up. It's an umbrella formula to delegitimize the Palestinian cause and, of course, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaign. Upholding Palestinian rights has been reflected in so many United Nations resolutions, statements by Mandela, as well as Archbishop Tutu, and so many South Africans who have seen in Palestinian suffering far worse than our people experienced under apartheid. Apartheid alleged that the ANC struggle was about sweeping whites into the sea, which echoes the claim that giving in on Palestinian rights means extinction of Jewish people. Those on the left who link socialism and Palestinian solidarity articulate the very same message that we did in South Africa. The objective there was to change a system, not destroy a people. And as has been pointed out by everybody, criticizing Zionism, an exclusivist ethnic-based political doctrine, as Sami and others have said, is not anti-Semitic. It's the valid criticism of a reactionary political theory. We criticize Zionism not the Jewish religion. We criticize Israel, not the Jewish people. The charges of anti-Semitism against Israel's critics are terms of Machiavellian elasticity being stretched by charlatans to stifle opposition. It's the new taboo, the untouchable holy cow peddled in Western countries that hypocritically preach freedom of expression and democracy to the rest of the world. Those, and so many Jews, unfortunately, who fall prey, who are deceived by cynical deception, must take note of the lesson of the boy who cried wolf. When the real monster of anti-Semitism strikes, the most steadfast defenders of the victims have been on the left, as Tony pointed out. Remember Cable Street, and so much more. False allegations of anti-Semitism weaken the fight against the real demon. This is exactly the pitfall of the IHRA, the International Remembrance Association of the Holocaust, their treatise conflating criticism of Israel with hate speech. It is biased, totally flawed, devised by a handful of sophists seeking to be referee and player at the same time. In 1948, Menachem Begin visited New York to raise funds for his party, a party which later became Sharon and Netanyahu's Likud. No less than Einstein and Hannah Arendt labeled him a fascist. That same year, after cold-blooded massacres of Palestinians, an Israeli cabinet minister, Aharon Sisling by name, declared, "We have behaved like Nazis and my whole being is shaken." In terms of the Holocaust Association's guidelines, they would be labeled anti-Semitic. Corbyn's crime, that accusations of anti-Semitism within Labour Party have been exaggerated, are minuscule in comparison. Manufacturing mountains out of molehills, repeating the big lie characterizes the sophistry of medieval inquisitors, hitching Labour to the Blairite anti-socialist bandwagon. Unopposed, this witch hunt will escalate, attacking popular protest wherever humanity opposes injustice. This cannot be appeased, as comrades have been pointing out. It must be opposed and stopped, and it can be opposed by actions that are being expressed today. To use a glorious internationalist slogan, our clarion call must be, no passaran, they shall not pass. And we say to Starmer and his deputy Rayner, when they misappropriate that sacred trade union principle we've used and use in South Africa, an injury to one is an injury. Their denialism, they ignore the injury to millions of Palestinians facing the bullets and bombs of the Israeli war machine. I'll come to a close now by referring to the recent statement of prominent Palestinian and Arab figures with regard to the International Holocaust Association's false strictures, attests to how the issue of anti-Semitism should be formulated. They declare that anti-Semitism must be debunked and combated in all forms. No expression of hatred for Jews should be tolerated anywhere in the world. And they issue the warning that diverting the necessary struggle against anti-Semitism to delegitimize the Palestinian cause and silence defenders of Palestinian rights, comrades like you, threatens to debase the struggle and hence to discredit and weaken it. So, comrades, the left and human rights movement including Black Lives Matter, and formations such as the ANC in South Africa and so many other liberation movements around the world in all the continents. Look to them. We should join the Palestinian and Arab voices in formulating the guidelines on free speech and in combating the scourge of anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. Finally, I say to you, in your sterling work, comrades, and you're leading us, you're being heard in countries like South Africa. Many of the comrades here are tuning in to your meeting today. Consider those of these other continents, the ones who suffered from colonialism and settlement and repression from the empires, as the Palestinians do. Consider their formulation in your upcoming conference. While conditions for Palestinians might appear bleak, our support of the international community must never waver. Their fighting spirit prevails, and comrades, it strengthens struggles worldwide, including the witch hunt you face, as your struggles stimulate and support theirs. We experience that in our struggle in South Africa. We salute the resolve of the Palestinians, and we salute you, comrades. Thank you very much for having me along with you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, comrade. It was very heartwarming and inspiring. Thank you very much for joining us. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. We're now coming to the other Ronnie, Ronnie Barkin, who is also a lifelong Jewish Israeli activist, co-founder of Boycott from Within. And he's been involved in protests against the Israeli barrier in the West Bank, has been arrested and detained a number of times. He lives in Berlin, is active in Berlin, as I understand it, where, of course, the parliament, the Bundestag, has declared the BDS movement anti-Semitic. So it'd be very interesting to hear your take on what's going on there. Hello, Ronnie.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm enjoying this event very much, so thank you all for participating. And I'll try to contribute as much as I can. I'd like to make to propose something very simple, basically only 2 points today. But in order to make the case for these 2 points, maybe we will have to go into further details. So what are these 2 points? One is that the entire discourse claiming that anti-Zionism is somehow anti-Semitic, claiming the whole discourse basically leveling anti-Semitic accusations against the Labour Party and others is a false discourse. It is a made-up discourse, and this is based on the conflation of criminal supremacist Zionism with Judaism, and we have to reject it in its entirety. The other point is that this false discourse is extremely important in order to drive away the focus, the attention from what really matters. And what really matters is the struggle, I mean, whatever we do about the struggle for equality, freedom, and justice in Palestine and throughout the world, or in other words, the struggle for the abolishment of supremacy, racism, and these institutes of supremacy and racism, including apartheid, fascism, and Zionism. Basically, everything that the Zionist project is about is that. It is a race state that from the get-go is built in order to oppress and subjugate basically one ethnic group at the expense or basically for the benefit of the others. So in order to do that, I'd like to start off by, for example, I was presented here as being a Jewish activist and so on. and that is perfectly fine, but I'd like to question that terminology. You see, personally, if I have to self-identify, I don't regard myself as Jewish. I'm a human being, and that is more than enough for me. However, my legal status in that Zionist race state is of a privileged Israeli Jew. It is not a matter of my identification, it is the way that the state identifies me, legally identifies me as a privileged Israeli Jew. And that is because I have an Israeli citizenship, but I do not have an Israeli nationality because there is no such thing, for a very good reason. My nationality, according to the state, is Jewish. Now, my fellow citizens in Israel have other nationality, like Arab or Druze or Circassian. And this is the way that from the very beginning, from the very foundation of that Zionist race state, they were able to differentiate between the privileged group and the underprivileged and unwanted and undesired. Those that, first of all, they obviously expelled as many of those undesired by force, but since they haven't managed to complete the task, since they haven't managed to expel everyone, all Palestinians from their land, then they had to establish a system, a legal system included, in order to make sure that there will never ever be the possibility for equality between the privileged group like that I belong to and the others. So in order to do that, they have also, in the process, have also basically been using and abusing Judaism. So this is why my nationality is regarded as Jewish, and there is a whole set of laws stemming from 3 specific laws that were legislated in the early days of the Zionist state that differentiate between those with that Jewish nationality and others. And there are many, many more laws, over 50 of them today, that discriminate among Israeli citizens, discriminate between Israeli citizens based on that, based on whether one has Jewish nationality or other nationality. But we have to be very clear here. This has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with ethnicity. Saying that someone has Jewish nationality in Israel is exactly like saying that someone has a white status in apartheid South Africa. Both apartheid Israel and apartheid South Africa established apartheid in 1948. In the case of apartheid South Africa, it was much more kind of evident in your face. In the case of Israel, basically they established apartheid, I would say a more sophisticated form of apartheid based on a 2-tier system where on one level, all citizens of that state, after they managed to expel as many as possible, all the citizens of that state supposedly have the same rights based on their citizenship. But on top of that, and far more important, is the question of nationality. What type of nationality do they have? Citizens of the same state. And everything that the state of Israel does is to make sure that by law, and certainly things that are done in practice, are about privileging those of a certain nationality at the expense of all the others. So I would argue that we should, first of all, make the clear distinction between Zionism and Judaism. And more than that, I oppose any and all conflation between the two. There is precisely no connection whatsoever between Zionism and Judaism. More than that, anyone who makes that conflation is basically participating in Zionist propaganda. We obviously know that the Zionists, the representatives of the Zionist state say that if you're critical of that state, then you must also be somehow anti-Semitic. And we have to be very strict with the logic. When you say that criticism of Zionism and the Zionist project means that someone is somehow anti-Semitic, meaning anti-Jewish, it also means the logic of that statement also says the opposite. It also says that anyone who is Jewish, in the broad sense, it doesn't matter like by religion or otherwise, anyone who is Jewish must also be supportive of that criminal supremacist apartheid state. That is the most racist statement or the most anti-Semitic statement that one can make, that all Jews, because of their Jewishness, whatever that means, are inherently supportive of supremacy, apartheid, etc. So we have to be very strict with that. Now, when unfortunately, it is not only happening, this conflation is not only happening from among those who are, let's say, Israeli representatives and so on, but actually we see this happening quite a lot, also within progressive media or liberal media and so on. I can refer to Peter Beinart's 7,000 Words of Zionist Propaganda in the Jewish Currents, which some people hail as kind of some progress, which is somehow acknowledging Palestinian rights and so on, but actually it is all about that sinister conflation between criminal Zionism and Judaism, where Beinart claims that, for example, he urges the audience that we need to create a new Jewish identity. No, he doesn't mean a new Jewish identity, he means a new Zionist identity. And the question is there a Zionist identity that is separate from that supremacist nature? And I would argue that no, there is no such Zionist perception that accepts the rights of all the people. Now, this is the first point. The second point is that the discourse that conflation that we have to reject in its totality works in order to divert the attention and to focus on that rather than the things that matter. And I believe that the only approach that would benefit us in progressing the things that matter is to reject that false discourse in its totality. I don't think that we have to give much attention to it. That's on one hand, and also we have to reject it. So when we talk about the Labour and what happened with the Labour Party, I think that indeed Corbyn, for example, I think that he tried some sort of an apologetic discourse to take the apologetic approach in order to explain to people that actually these accusations are false and so on, rather than rejecting this whole notion as if criticism of the Zionist state is, or Zionism in general, is at all could be regarded as anti-Semitic. And the other thing that discourse does, especially when we accept it in such an apologetic tone, is also we accept basically the limiting of our ability to criticize. So they tell us, okay, it is okay to criticize the policies of the state of Israel, but not the very existence of that criminal apartheid state. And actually, the important part is not criticizing the policies, but actually criticizing the very nature, the very character of a race state that was built from the ground up to differentiate between people based on their racial or ethnic characteristics. Now, I didn't plan on talking about Yad Vashem, but since it was already mentioned, the Yad Vashem Museum, Holocaust Museum, as a museum, it is I think worth visiting, and it is very educational. But however, it also serves another purpose, which is for Zionist propaganda. And I would like to give credit to attorney Itai Mak, who is basically diligently going after all kinds of exposing Israeli arms trade with the worst regimes around the world. And also, one of the things that he's challenging is the role of Yad Vashem for the sake of propaganda. And I'll just give you a quick list of those who have visited that museum in an official capacity, representing the states that they came from. And this was done actually usually during a visit to Israel in order to carry out arms deals and things like that. So we have, in 1976, we had John Vorster from South Africa, who was also a neo-Nazi supporter. And then moving on to recent years, We have obviously Jair Bolsonaro from Brazil, who has even, says that, a gay neo-Nazi supporter, appointed a neo-Nazi foreign minister, said that Hitler was actually a good strategist and kind of being apologetic for Hitler. We have Salvini from Lega Nord in Italy in 2019, fascist and homophobe. We have Duterte from the Philippines, 2018, Orban from Hungary, 2018, South Sudan, Kenya, Hernandez from Honduras, Burma, which was accused of genocide, etc. At that time, 2015, they had visited Yad Vashem, but they've also been visiting Israeli army bases and arms manufacturers. So this is what is happening, and in order to challenge that, we have to negate any and all conflation between Zionism and Judaism, and also point the finger at what matters, point the finger at it not accepting basically the assault on Palestinian rights and the rights of every other group living here in the name of Judaism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrades. Sorry, I had to do this. We have two more speakers. Comrades, if you have questions or comments, unfortunately, we don't have time to bring in people from the floor, but please put it on the Q&A, which is at the bottom of your screen. And we're trying to sum them up and put them to the speakers then for when they come back for about 3 minutes. So thank you very much, Ronnie. We are now moving to the US. We're very glad to have Steve Seltzer with us, who we've come across on some other subjects where we're working together. He's a filmmaker and a working class activist in the USA. And of course, the US government and the secret state is behind very much of this campaign to silence the anti-war movement internationally. And comrades have made reference to the recent visit of Mike Pompeo in Israel and the West Bank. He ordered that all labels coming from all products coming from the occupied West Bank should be labeled as products of Israel. And he is proposing that NGOs like Amnesty International and Oxfam are anti-Semitic and should be treated as anti-Semitic and decriminalized as anti-Semitic. So it's a huge struggle going on in the US as well, as always, very important to our fight back collectively. So welcome, Steve.
Okay, thank you very much for having this, and I'm happy to be here. And it's obviously an international question. The issue of the rights of Palestinians and the rights of people who are critical of Israel and what the apartheid policies of Israel. So this is a very important, and it's also, and we'll get into it, a question of not only just censorship, the question of censorship and the use of social media and communication technology to prevent people from getting issues out that challenge the Zionist state and its history. And of course, this event, the one good thing about the pandemic has been that it's forced people to use international communication media. So we're having this conference today, really an international conference that probably would not have been held without this pandemic. And it's happened as far as the working class movement in the United States using communication technology on an international level, which is the AFL-CIO. And the AFL-CIO, of course, was a pro-capitalist, pro-imperialist organization formed in 1954 to fight communism, so-called communism. But it was formed as a pro-capitalist and pro-imperialist organization working with the CIA. And its alliance with the Zionist is not an accident. And what is the history of Zionists in the United States? B'nai B'rith, the ADL, for example, in the 1940s was involved in witch hunts against leftists in the United States. The Zionists actively worked with McCarthy and the witch hunters against communists in the unions, against trade unions. So there's a long history of collaboration of imperialist agents, FBI, with the Zionists against the left. And this is also continued internationally. The issue of terrorism, when I talk about terrorism, as we all, I think, agree, a chief terrorist country in the world is the United States. The United States now has 800 bases around the world. They're bombing people with drones, murdering people, not only citizens of other countries, but American citizens are being murdered by these drones and US military policy. So what is what does that mean as far as the use of the word terrorism, which I think is in part very important, terrorist. And actually, the campaign in the United States against terrorism has been used politically now against people who are critical of Israel and professors even. There was a case of Anthony Hall, who was a professor at Lethbridge, Canada, who his website was taken down by the FBI. They're seizing websites around the world. The latest attack that I'm involved in is Rabab Abdulhadi, who is a professor at San Francisco State at Ahmed. And actually, Ronnie was going to attend a panel that they were going to have on the issue of liberation of the struggles around the world. And it was canceled by Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. They canceled this panel. And so the right of free speech, arguing that there were terrorists on this panel. And so we have to look at this international campaign of the Zionists and the imperialists together, and they are connected. We can't separate them. And I think one of the key questions is, what is the working class going to do about this? What is the role of the working class and the trade unions in regard to this? Because in the case of Rabab, her union, California Faculty Association, the San Francisco Labor Council, have supported her against actual threats, terrorist threats, of Zionists who've gone on the campus and put up posters saying she's a terrorist, of students, Palestinian students who've been on Facebook charged with being terrorists. So there's a witch hunt and a terror campaign against Palestinians, against critics of Israel that has gone on in an organized way. And the organized Jewish Community Center in the Bay Area actually was supporting this effort of terrorism. So we have the leadership of the Jewish community, the Zionist Jewish community, actually engaged in a terror campaign against critics of Israel, against Palestinians and other critics of Israel. And that's something we have to take up, because if we're going to transform the situation in the working class and the trade union movement, we have to educate workers about this issue of Zionism. What is Zionism? And what does it mean? Well, Zionism, I think we're all agreed here, is a racist ideology. And Zionism actually, because of that racist ideology, was involved in collaborating with the Nazis. Adolf Eichmann was invited to Israel. It was a project in which the Nazis said, we support Jews leaving Germany and going to Palestine, going to another place. It was a joint effort. So this denialism of actually the Zionist history is important to bring up in the labor movement. Why in the United States? Well, the American labor movement says they are secular. They believe in equality for all workers, equal rights for all. Well, that is not the case, obviously, for Palestinians. Palestinians and non-Jews do not have equal rights in Israel. So we need a political campaign in the labor movement that Israel is an apartheid state, it's a racist state, and it is contrary to a democratic secular trade union movement, a democratic secular labor movement. And we have to take that up politically in the unions. And the other thing that we have to look at in the fight against Zionism and the attack on critics of Zionism is that the key task, I think, of revolutionaries is to mobilize the labor movement against the state of Israel. And in the Bay Area, we did that when we had a mass picket, a boycott of the Zim line in the West Coast. We shut down the Zim line. The ILW supported that action of boycotting it. We need, and this is critical, we need a campaign in the labor movement to boycott Israel, to take action against Israel. And I think the great failure of Jeremy Corbyn is his failure, his refusal to go after Israel and expose the fact that there was a conspiracy or an organized effort to attack him and attack critics of Israel by the Israeli government. And the silence about those, I mean, I think that those are very much connected. Israel is involved in a daily level in the internal affairs of Britain and in the internal affairs of the United States. I mean, they're open about it. They go to the US Congress. They supported Trump. They support the racist and anti-Semites. So this is a reality that we have to bring out, that in fact, Israel is playing a role in organizing this international campaign to get rid of professors, critical professors. The ADL, and I was involved in it, we were exposing the role of the ADL, B'nai B'rith, in attacking professors. They had a blacklist of 500 professors, not only critics of Israel, but anti-apartheid activists. They're actually spying on anti-apartheid activists as well, who were critical of Israel. So this connection, I think, and this is another issue that we have to bring up, and that is that the Israeli regime was a supporter of apartheid Israel. The Histadrut, the trade union federation, was investing in South Africa. And today in the Black community, Blacks have been attacked by the Zionists for the campaign for equality of the Blacks. So the Zionists play a political role, and also they play a role inside the trade unions. Now, the SEIU and the AFL-CIO, those who have fought against repression of the Palestinians and fought against the Israelis, have been thwarted by the leadership of the AFL-CIO. John Sweeney, the former president of the AFL-CIO, stopped resolutions from coming up in the SEIU with the argument that the Jewish Labor Committee, which is a Zionist committee inside the unions, had they had to get approval before you could get a resolution on the issue of Israel presented. And resolutions were withdrawn because of the Jewish Labor Committee set up inside the unions. So this issue politically of how we're fighting in the unions is critical for workers to understand this, because this is all undercover. Most workers are completely unaware of these issues. Now, the other thing is I want to talk about the issue of the Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom, because the use of these tools are critical for us to understand. Facebook hired Israeli officials to be in charge of sanitizing Facebook. So Palestinian journalists and others have had their sites taken down. There's a organized censorship and sanitizing social media of criticism of Israel. And we have to be aware of that, not only that, but we have to take up a political campaign, because the effort to censor the social media and the internet is absolutely a threat to democratic rights on a global level. And we have to fight that politically, I think, to understand that, you know, for workers to take that up and in the labor movement, the unions. And I think that issue can connect to the role of the governments, the imperialist governments, who are aligning with Israel and suppressing criticism of Israel. And that is very important, because it's the attack on the critics of Zionism in the Labor Party is expected, and they want to shut it down. Why do they want to shut it down? Because they're afraid that there's going to be action taken against Israel by the working class in Britain. They're afraid that workers will take action. And that's, I think, what we have to take up. It cannot simply be a defense of critics of Zionism. We have to take up a campaign for direct labor action, international labor action against Israel, to shut Israel down, to isolate Israel, as South Africa was isolated. Now, the last point I want to leave is the role of the unions in the fight against apartheid Israel, because in the UAW, the graduate students here in California passed a resolution supporting the boycott of Israel. And the UAW leadership ruled that out of order, even though there had been a democratic debate and discussion on that. They ruled that out of order. They said because it would affect UAW members who were making in companies who were doing trade with Israel, economic trade with Israel. Now that argument is interesting because during the anti-apartheid struggle, the UAW actually supported a boycott of South Africa. But in the case of Israel, there was no such position. So I think we have to conduct a political education campaign. We have to conduct a education campaign and a labor movement for direct action and solidarity with the Palestinians, labor action and solidarity, and take on the trade union bureaucracy of the unions who actually are, in most cases, are supporting the defense of Israel and against direct action by workers around the world to isolate and to prevent Israel from conducting its policies.
Thank you very much, Steve. Very interesting. It's hugely important, of course, what's going on in the US, and you've given us a really, really good overview. And of course, they, like with everything else, they take it that bit further, don't they? They're not just anti-Semites, they're terrorists, labeled terrorists, but it won't be too long before it comes here, I'm sure. What's also fascinating is, I think, how many people know what's going on. Oh, what's happening here now? Somebody shared their screen. Okay. Okay, let's, thank you, Ronnie. That put me well off. But nevertheless, it's interesting little slide, no doubt. Denialism was another interesting subject you brought up, and we can now, people are getting suspended for denying that there is a problem with anti-Semitism, etc. So thank you very much for this. Okay, our last platform speaker, we're very pleased to welcome, because the comrades have made reference to Independent Jewish Voices in Canada, because they've put this really good article out, pulling together how many organizations and individuals internationally are not falling for that fake definition of anti-Semitism. And it's really important, if we want to, fight back internationally, that we understand we are not alone, and why meetings like these are so important. So we're very pleased to welcome Rowan Godet, I think it's French, to speak about their the No IRA campaign that the organization has put together. Welcome, comrade.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Rowan. I'm part of Independent Jewish Voices Canada. So I'm going to be speaking about what we've been doing here in Canada, what's happening here, and the work that we've been doing, because there's a few things that we've been doing to fight, and we've actually had quite a few successes. And one of the things that's been really important, as many people have said, are these kinds of international conversations. So I'm very thankful to be here and thankful for all the people who've already spoken. So I'll begin. Independent Jewish Voices might sound familiar to a lot of you in the UK. We borrowed with permission the name from a UK group, but here in Canada, we're 12 years old. We're a Jewish group that works in solidarity with Palestine. We're the only pro-BDS Jewish group in Canada, as well as other things. And in 2019, we launched our No IRA campaign, which has seen a lot of campaigning and research put in. But what has actually happened in Canada was, first, in early 2019, the federal government adopted the IHRA as policy, not as legislation, but as policy. And this then led to a similar step that has happened in the UK and the US, where after being adopted at the federal level, it then starts to be brought down to more local levels where they try to put it forward in more enforceable ways. And so what happened here was they started bringing it to city councils, specifically in Montreal and Vancouver, which are two of the three largest cities in Canada, as well as Calgary, one of the other cities. And in all three, we had local mobilizations by IJV activists that managed to confront and shut down the attempts to pass IHRA. And in all three cities, the IHRA was rejected or postponed indefinitely. And so we've seen success on that level. And then they started going even more local into like municipalities that are a part of cities or more regional and rural areas. And so it has started to be passed a little bit there. And it's also been adopted by several student unions. And it's been seen use here against professors and against speakers, as well as in, I believe, a junior high school, where it's recently used in Ontario. And the kind of big thing that has happened in the last several months was in Ontario, which is the province in Canada with the largest population. The government there, which is a right-wing government under Premier Ford, sent Bill 168, which was meant to adopt the IHRA as legislation. And what we did there was we actually took things a step further than our local mobilization. Sought to resist Bill 168. And so when things went to the committee that was meant to discuss it, there's over 100 submissions of groups trying to speak or trying to set written submissions to oppose the IHRA to the Ontario government. And the Ontario government, which again is a right-wing government, was forced to take back channels to adopt it. And instead of putting it through Parliament in actual legislation, they did it through an order in council, which gave it less legal teeth and was also much less democratic and much less visible. And this was directly because of this diverse coalition and the fact that we had spoken to Muslim allies and that we had spoken to Labour allies, etc. And we were actually able to get a semi-victory in this, which is of course huge when we're seeing what's happening in other places in the world. And so what's some of the work that we've done that we've put into this, and this is all available on our No IHRA website, which I can post the link to in a moment. We've run polls of Canadian opinion, public opinion in multiple years, which I'm not going to regale you with statistics, but has come up with such things as 48% of Canadian Jews agree with the statement, quote, accusations of anti-Semitism are often used to silence legitimate criticism of Israeli government policies, end quote. And so we can give that statistic that 48% of Canadian Jews believe that. We've also been lobbying university presidents, political parties, student unions, counselors, etc. We've created a video which highlights the main issues and is meant to be something that's a bit more engaging than a lot of the more textual analysis that's been put out, which is still of course important, but we wanted something that's a bit more engaging while still maintaining that high level of analysis. We've also created our own definition, and it's been brought up, you know, do we really need a definition of anti-Semitism? And while I think that's a useful discussion, it's also useful to be able to say, well, you know, the IHRA is a flawed document, as has been brought up. It's bad at fighting anti-Semitism. We actually have our own better definition. So if you really want one, if you really feel it's necessary, use this one that we can explain to you why it's better. And that includes such reasons as the fact that we say anti-Semitism is a form of hatred towards Jews because they are Jews, which is not mentioned in the IHRA document and allows for that kind of broad and sweeping attacks and accusations. We also link it to other forms of racial hatred, which of course is instrumental instead of this kind of isolationist standpoint that the IHRA pushes. And we've also done a full report which tackles line by line the IHRA definition and really just decimates it and points out all the flaws within the document just as a document, never mind how it's used. And we've also done a tracker, which I was the lead on, which lists different instances around the world of where the IHRA has been weaponized. And so we list 35 different instances with citations and a paragraph explaining them all in 6 different countries where the IHRA has been weaponized to silence critics of Israel. And that's in Canada, the US, the UK, Germany, as well as instances in Spain and Italy, which took place in September. And so this document really shows, you know, the claim that the IHRA is just meant to, like, doesn't actually affect speech on Palestine is totally false. And we can show that on an international scale, and we can show the connections there. More on the local level, we also have a compendium of 30 examples in Canada where pro-Israel groups have tried to silence forums and speakers critical of Israel. We also recently put together 11 examples of how Israel is a racist state as a kind of, you know, lashback at the 11 examples in the IHRA definition. And this is part of an effort to really center Israeli racism, this is racism of the Israeli state in our discussions and make sure that that's not forgotten to kind of left to the side when we get into discussions of anti-Semitism, et cetera, with the IHRA definition. And we've also played a role in the work that's being put together Jewish groups on an international scale that was mentioned by Leah earlier. And so this is some of the work that we've been doing. And what we've been finding is that our perspective has come down in all this experience that there are several key points that need to be made. First, and a simple one that's been made by many people here is that the IHRA is terrible at fighting real anti-Semitism. It is not useful for that purpose. It is not helpful. It's a distraction. And that point could be made in a bunch of different ways. We've also taken the position that it's not just a matter of opposing the adoption of the anti-Semitism, because what we've been seeing here as well as in the US was people have been describing a game of whack-a-mole where they're trying to keep track of everywhere that it's adopted. And what was necessary was a shift towards offensive, towards defying the IHRA and loudly declaring, you know, Israel's a racist state. In saying this, I'm opposing the IHRA because the IHRA is a flawed document. And so that loud defiance has been something that is crucial and that we've been taking upon ourselves as a Jewish group to put ourselves at the forefront of that and allow our allies to do the same. And at the heart of the IHRA, the kind of core of the issue is Palestine and the Palestinian struggle. And that's something that needs to be kept. IHRA is, of course, a response to BDS and the successes of the BDS movement, among other things. And so maintaining the focus on Israeli oppression and on the Palestinian struggle is crucial. And what we've also found, especially in the work in Ontario, where we created this coalition, was that placing the lived experiences of Palestinians heart and center of our arguments and amplifying their voices posits and makes totally clear the absurdity of the IHRA definition, because claiming that saying Israel is a racist state is anti-Semitic and putting that alongside statements of the lived realities of Palestinians shows how ridiculous the IHRA definition is. And so this really comes down to the point that, like, what is central here in the IHRA is that we keep it as part of a longer struggle, and that we keep it as part of a broader struggle for Palestinian justice. Because what we were finding at the beginning was that we were getting very caught up in the IHRA and becoming very focused on the IHRA. And we started having more success when we kept the longer struggle. And then we started seeing the IHRA as a part of that broader struggle. And when we highlight the contradictions of the IHRA, we can also use that moment to highlight the contradictions of the defenders of apartheid who are using the IHRA definition to mask their positions and to hide the immorality of the stances they're taking. And so in that sense, the IHRA is best seen both in strategy and in how it's presented as part of this broader struggle and as part of this longer struggle for the liberation and for justice for Palestine and Palestinians. Thank you.
Brilliant. That was really very interesting. Thank you so much, Rowan. This is fascinating work you've guys been doing. I think we actually have to spend a little bit of time investigating your website further. This is really important work you guys have been doing. So I'm really glad we got you along and can learn from each other in this. Yes, it's the question here is, of course, the overcoming fear and silence and fighting back against the IRA. I think you guys probably haven't quite the level of personalized attacks that we've been experiencing here in terms of, suspending and, being vilified in the international press. It's been quite traumatic for a lot of comrades, but this is fantastic work we've been doing. Our comrade Jackie Walker is now summing up a few questions that have come in, and I know we're overrunning. Sorry, comrades. I can't stop comrades when they're making really useful speeches and contributions. It's been such a good meeting. So I hope that comrades can then 2 or 3 minutes sum up from the discussion. So Jackie.
Can I just add, because this is to do with International Jewish Voices in Canada, and I've put this in the chat. Next Sunday, I am doing a session with them where I'm performing parts of the lynching, and I've got a well-known Canadian Jewish dramatist who is going to be interviewing me about the situation in the UK. So if you're interested in, again, repeating this really beneficial, more internationalist view of what's going on, there will be a bit of discussion, obviously, of course. Can I suggest you have a look at that? It's also on my Facebook and on my Twitter. It's next Sunday at 8 o'clock, and I think it's going to be really something special. But anyway, good to see you, Rowan, actually. I'm feeling very good about our contact. Questions that are coming in. How do we combat the loss of our platforms in terms of, this is about the alternative left media, in particular with algorithms. Isn't this sort of witch hunt, this is another question, isn't this witch hunt a way of silencing criticism of US foreign policy? Somebody wants to know from Ronnie, what is the state, and I think a lot of us want to know this, what is the state of Jewish resistance in Israel? A number of questions came in on what is the charity Liberty doing? Well, some of us know the answer to that, but I think it would be good to talk about that. And then a question to Rowan directly about the IJV, which is, are you working with Palestine Legal in the US? Those were the questions.
Thank you very much, comrades. I'm going to take comrades in the order because I'm getting confused otherwise, not how they spoke earlier on. So, Tony, would you like to have 3 minutes, please?
Well, this has been an extremely useful and interesting conference on the IHRA, and we've heard a number of different perspectives. But I think of one thing we can agree with: the IHRA is not about combating anti-Semitism. It's about redefining anti-Semitism, not as hostility or hatred of Jews, but as criticism and hatred of the racism of Israel. And when the IHRA says that it's anti-Semitic to call Israel a racist state, then I think we need to deconstruct that somewhat. And the question I would throw out and pose is this: if Jews in Britain or in Canada or the United States or wherever, if they experience the same treatment as Palestinians, would they not say that that was anti-Semitic? If they even experienced a tenth of what the Palestinians experienced, just imagine that a group of Christians came to Golders Green in London and said that these houses belonged to our ancestors who lived here 2,000 years ago. We are reclaiming them in the name of the Anglo-Saxons. Would that be anti-Semitic? Or would that be self-determination for the Christian population of Britain? I mean, I think the answer is obvious. Or to give another example, I mean, the Jewish National Fund owns and controls 93% of the lands in Israel, to which Palestinian Israelis do not have access. That is citizens of the Israeli state, although it's a very degraded citizenship. Imagine if there was a Christian National Fund in Britain, which owned a similar proportion of the lands in this country. And if I or Jackie or anyone who was Jewish, we wanted to rent or to buy that land, and they told us, no, you're not Christian. We don't rent to people who are Jewish. Would that be anti-Semitic? I mean, the answer is obviously yes, it would be. So I think we need to, we can deal with it. And the fact of the matter is, of course, that Keir Starmer and those in charge of the Labour Party in Britain are not in the least concerned about racism. I mean, we know for Keir Starmer that Black Lives Matter was a moment in history which has gone. We know that for Tom Watson and the Labour right, who were so concerned about anti-Semitism, they could not even be bothered in 2014 to vote against the 2014 Immigration Act, which introduced a hostile environment into Britain. So their record when it comes to fighting racism and opposing racism is nugatory, to say the least. This is not about racism against Jewish people. And we also have to be quite clear. 50, 70, 80 years ago, the majority of Jewish people lived in the Jewish East End of London. They were working class. They supported the left. Half of the votes for the only communist MP ever to be elected as a communist in England, Philip Heraton, came from Jewish voters in the Mile End constituency. Today, you probably wouldn't get a fraction of that supporting anything to the left in Golders Green, Hendon, Edgware, etc., where Jewish people live. So the Jewish population of Britain has changed, and it's changed so as its identity has changed. And that is really what this is about. If Jewish people were really experiencing anti-Semitism, if they experienced what black people face, if it was an offence to drive while Jewish, if Jews suffered economic persecution, if they were subject to regular attacks by racists, police violence, disproportionate imprisonment and all the rest of it, then the ruling class would not want to know. Keir Starmer certainly would not want to know. So we have to be clear. This is not about anti-Semitism. And my final point really is Liberty 2 years ago did adopt a position against the views of its officers and executive, against the IHRA. It has done absolutely bugger all about that, in contrast to the American Civil Liberties Union, which has been quite active against the IHRA and the suppression of free speech. So I think we actually do need to, one of our tasks is to put pressure on Liberty to live up to its own proclaimed intentions and its own avowed principles, namely it defends freedom, because at the moment, Liberty is not defending civil liberties in Britain. So thank you very much for coming to this rally.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, Kevin, please, 3 minutes if you can.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to thank the other comrades and the other speakers, both for the questions and for their remarks, which I've learned a lot this afternoon. I'd like to just take up one question that John Hall asked me in particular about whether students and indeed others in the universities could take up the specific points in the definition and challenge the university to, in a sense, justify it. And I think that that type of challenge is an important one. And the speakers from Canada and from the United States and elsewhere have shown some ways of campaigning and so on that we could adopt. However, what I was very keen to stress in my remarks about the universities and the definition is really this idea that the climate of fear that is, you know, that the definition engenders has now become, I think, quite widespread. So we have to challenge that, not just on the specifics of the definition, but also on the broader point about the freedom of discussion and perhaps the wider political agenda of the people who've taken up this definition. As Tony and other speakers have pointed out, many people who use this definition come from the right, some of them indeed from the far right, and they're not noted for their real commitment to anti-racism. If anything, they're noted as anti-Semitic. So I think our campaign in the union and our campaign in wider society is to argue for the opening up of debate, for allowing the right to challenge, to defend those rights, and the identification of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and indeed placing that whole type of politics beyond the pale. That's really the target we have to go for. So this is the proximate cause, but there's a much wider issue here. And I think we've seen that in Mike Pompeo's attempt to link all sorts of anti-imperialist politics to anti-Semitism. And above all, the Labour right and the British Conservatives have attempted to do the same thing. So this is not just you know, a defence of our politics, it's a defence of free speech and indeed the defence of the right to criticise and indeed confront the status quo. So we begin with this definition, but we also go for what lies behind the definition. The wider geopolitics that Tony and others have talked about, obviously very important, but it's how it's being used in Britain and indeed other countries to close down debate and to close down any criticism from the left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you. Leah, please, for 3 minutes. Sorry, you're still muted somehow, although you look unmuted, but it's... Try again. No, can't hear you.
No, it's because I forgot to bring my
that's it.
my Madonna, my Madonna. Anyway, fine. I think I can be less because a lot of the points I would have responded to, Tony has covered in terms of the specific specific questions. I wish I knew about algorithms, and I hope we get somebody in our movement who does understand how we might be able to operate against. I mean, they've been used so disgracefully, these algorithms. So that we sort of we're forced to operate or pushed to operate in our own little bubbles. What I really wanted to say is there's a climate of fear. That's what Kevin called it, and yeah, I understand that there's risks. But when we think about the rise of the right, when we think about what's happened in the past and what's happening in other countries, the risks to us are pretty small for speaking out. We're not going to get incarcerated for our points of view. We're not going to be subject to state torture or murder. We're not, as heroes, that we are privileged to stand on the shoulders of and to be speaking on platforms with, like Ronnie Kasrils, having to take up arms against vile repression and oppression and murder. We are not in the resistance against the Nazis when they were in power. We're not in the Spanish Civil War, and we could all go on with many more examples. That doesn't mean we have no right to be worried and frightened, and there's a real impact on our well-being, our mental health, and so on. And many of us will experience being ostracized from our own families and people who we thought were allies and so on. But really, comrades, as Rabbi Hillel, I think it was the elder, said, I'm sure Tony will correct me, as the son of a rabbi, he said, if not now, then when? So let's just work together. It's been so great to be on this platform with so many wonderful people. And Rowan, I can say I'm glad to be part of the international group working that I think was started by IJP Canada, and to be working with some of your activists on developing an international response against the IHRA, and hopefully finding other ways to work with it together. I will shut up there because everyone else gets a chance to talk. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you. Lots to think about. Thank you.
For sure. If we don't fight back now, when will we? Quite right. This is relatively harmless what's happening at the moment to us in Britain, at least. So Sami, please, we have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. Hi.
Okay, thanks, Tina. The question I foreign policy, and I think that is very, very true, because the United States is using Israel as a forward base, strategic base in the region. Israel has an international importance, not only Middle Eastern importance, to US policies. I think it's a total myth, and probably an anti-Semitic myth, to say that Israel controls the United States or Israel controls US foreign policy. Every single fact and strategically important political event in the Middle East pointed to how the United States is the dominant power, how the United States uses Israel more and more over the decades. Until today, it has become indistinguishable from US foreign policy. Israel used as a forward base for US imperialism in its expansionist policy in the Middle East, and its espionage activities, military activities. Day after day, they show why Israel is so important to US foreign policy in the region. So criticizing Israel, exposing its racist nature, exposing its wars of aggression, directly impinges on criticisms of US foreign policy in general, worldwide. So if we talk about a new Cold War, also talking about using Israel as part of that umbrella of foreign policies in the region. If they want to destroy Syria, then Israel is important. If they want to destroy Iraq, then Israel is important. If they want to destroy and reoccupy Lebanon, then Israel is important. So we are now talking about an extremely sensitive issue to do with US foreign policy. So if we criticize our own British government here for being such a poodle of US foreign policy, we have to also talk about our own support for the Saudi regime's war against the Yemeni people, about our own foreign policy of backing Israel and keeping silent about its crimes in the West Bank and in Gaza and against the Palestinian people in general, or its daily, really daily, I'm not exaggerating, violations of Lebanese sovereignty, of their attacks on the Syrian people and on Iraqi people. Several raids were carried out by Israeli Air Force against Iraqi targets in the last year or so. So we're talking about an integral part of US foreign policy and British foreign policy. So when we are criticizing Israel, we're touching on sensitive areas of US and British foreign policy, and they would like to include that in their definition of anti-Semitism. How odious, how hypocritical. That's why we have to fight back. One of the reasons we need to fight back, because fighting this smear is also part of our work against wars of aggression and exposing US and British foreign policy of war and aggression. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you very much, comrade. Quite rightly, I think you're putting the fight against the imperialism is at the heart of what we're going through at the moment. Okay, Rani Kasrils, please.
Thanks. Well, struggles for change, call it revolutionary struggles, call it struggles for progress, go through phases. They in the ascent at times, at other times they repress. This is the nature in history. And from your angle in Britain at the moment, and one can understand it, it looks really bleak. I mean, it's so astonishing what's been happening in the Labour Party. It's almost unbelievable that it's come to pass in this way. Whether Labour can ever reconstitute itself, I really, talking from Johannesburg, can Starmer actually bring about any success for Labour with the electorate after what's happened? So it's very dismal, it's bleak. This particular phase, very bleak for the Palestinians, given the treacherous normalization process taking place there. At the other hand, we've just come through the most amazing upheaval and challenge to racism, white supremacy, through the United States upheaval with Black Lives Matter, which has affected the whole world. Imperialism is rotten with its contradictions, and it fights back. And your role there, Leah, don't undermine the fact. I remember having this discussion when I first arrived in Britain in exile in the 60s, that you have a struggle on your hands. It's very important. And to stand and fight against this witch hunt is crucial to the way you can inspire others, because we all have to find this way of linking hands across the world. This is the response. I really like Rowan in Canada's point, and it's important to emphasize and re-emphasize, given that there are so many struggles taking place throughout the world, that central is the Palestinian issue. He put it very well. I'm not going to repeat it, but just to say why I felt in coming here to join you in this wonderful event of solidarity, to bring to the fore the statement of the Palestinian and Arab prominent figures who made their declaration against anti-Semitism. I know there's a question too, it's the other Ronnie Barkham, about Israeli Jews and their mobilization. It's very small there. But in South Africa, the white guys like Joe Slovo, Ruth First, myself, a younger guy, we were a few hundred, similar to what's happening with Jewish people within Israel, and reinforced by Jews around the world, which is very important. Much more important, though, is everybody, not just looking at it as a Jewish issue, but the white grouping in South Africa, this minority. We stood our ground and called the lie of the mythology of white supremacy, which is why when we look in the United States, the way young white youth came out into the streets and joined with African Americans, it was so powerful, and it's radiated in Britain, through Europe and elsewhere. We are yet to hear from the Arab street, the Arab working masses and the unemployed. They speak over and over. The contradictions there are immense. And I would say, comrades, you're fighting the good fight against Starmer and against the British elite and all those phonies and hypocrites. You will be, we all will be energized by the Palestinian resistance and Arab resistance against those rotten feudal monarchs, as we're being infused by inspiration everywhere. And the point that our comrade from the United States made about bringing out the working masses and finding ways to talk to the labor class, as you've always tried to do in Britain, and it's difficult. We must never give up on that. So my feelings, as Gramsci would say, yes, the optimism of the spirit, comrades, is very important. And Fidel Castro made that point. We live in an age where it's an absolute duty to uphold an optimistic spirit. And I'm not saying it as an article of faith. I'm saying it because there are people like us, and behind all of you, you're talking for incalculable masses throughout this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. This is really inspiring and hard.
I'm just an old rabble rouser. You youngsters carry on with the struggle. But
so
we're
young.
with you. We're with you.
We have to do it together.
Absolutely, young and old.
The other Ronnie, please. 3 minutes. Ronnie Barkin.
Yes, unmute. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent, like all forms of racism and supremacy, including Zionism. So I could tell you about how I'm being censored and so on, and how the struggle for free speech is extremely important. I was taken to court for challenging Israeli criminal and apartheid representative. I was literally gagged by German police for speaking up against Israeli crimes, routinely censored on social media, etc. But it wouldn't be enough just to focus on that, on the fact that we do have to demand our rights, for freedom of speech, etc., freedom of expression, because the challenges ahead are bigger than that. Okay, and the challenges ahead are, we really have to tackle them head on. So when I say that we have to challenge Zionism just like we challenge anti-Semitism, okay, and we have to reject it in its totality. I mean it literally. And I was asked both about the struggle of within Palestine. By the way, I moved from Palestine, also known as Israel, to Berlin, because I see Germany as the last standing bastion for Zionism. I moved there exactly because I wish to challenge the Zionist system, etc. And this is where I think that challenging that system is most needed. What is happening here? I'm currently in Palestine. What is happening here? There are those who demonstrate and with very clear stance against Zionist crimes, etc. At the same time, there is the whole liberal Zionist discourse, and we don't have time to go into it. I alluded to it, but I was asked about that also in the questions, and I gave an answer in writing about these ongoing demonstrations against Netanyahu. the anti-Netanyahu demonstrations, corruptions, etc. I am absolutely opposed to these demonstrations. I think they are part of the problem. First of all, I mean, they're called the flag demonstrations, you know, and these people are very proud of their Zionist rags. Some of them are holding pink Zionist rags instead of blue and white ones, so they are a little more liberal. But just as much they are supportive, they are against the corruption and criminality of Netanyahu, but at the same time they are holding dear to the deep-rooted supremacy of that Zionist state and that criminality and that embedded corruption of that system. So we have to not only challenge it, and now we have to challenge the entire system. We have to not only challenge freedom of expression, we have to challenge the entire system that negates our freedom to express ourselves. And obviously, those who we're not only struggling for ourselves, we're struggling for everyone. And on that note, I think that it is really, how should I say, we don't have enough time to go into it. On that note, I think that we just have to push forward, exactly like the other Ronnie said. There are so many things happening in the world. There is the globalizing of, let's say, the evil powers, you know, globalizing of fascism for Palestinians, equality, freedom, and justice. And this can be applied not only for Palestinians, but globally. And I think that when we demand these rights, we move away from that discourse that is trying to silence us or to sway the attention, the focus into other areas, and challenge what really matters. Demanding the rights and opposing those systems globally and locally that deny these rights.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. I'm sorry, I have to wind comrades up. I could listen to all of you for hours, but we are running short. So Steve, could you please sum up for 3 minutes?
Okay, well, I think that we live in a historic period of crisis of imperialism, inter-imperialist rivalry, and the rise of fascism. And I think that when 74 million people voted for Donald Trump, that's something we have to be concerned about. And there is a rise of fascism in the United States. And the Democrats contribute to that because they have no solution for the working class, their program. And the Democrats are Zionist, the leadership of the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris, hardcore, Biden. They support the Zionist state. They support the oppression of Palestinians. They give money to the oppression of Palestinians every day, every minute. So I think that for us in the United States, for myself and others, the necessity of building a workers' party, a democratic mass workers' party is critical. It has a program, an international program for the defense of the Palestinians, but also a program for the American working class. And I think what we, in this discussion today internationally, what we have to do is build an international campaign in the working class for the defense of the Palestinians and against the fascist and the right wing and the imperialist policies. That's critical. And I think that again, the great fear of the Zionists is that the working class will take action against Israel. One of the interesting things is when we shut down the Zim shipping line on the West Coast, the ILWU did that, there was actually silence on the part of the Zionist media about this action. They didn't want people to know that the workers in the United States had taken political action against Israel because they were fearful of spreading. And in South Africa, there's a large amount of trade with Israel. Many countries do trade with Israel. That has to be shut down. So I think we have to, from my perspective, direct international working class action is the way to support the Palestinian people, the Palestinian workers, and building direct links with Palestinian workers, with workers in the United States who have the same issues and same struggles. So I think that is, but I do think, and it's come out here in this discussion, the ideology and the history of Zionism is important. You cannot fight the attack on anti-Zionists or critics of Israel in Britain without talking about the real history of Zionism. You can't do it. So we have to really go out front and say the Zionists were collaborating with the Nazis. They were working with the Nazis. That's who they are. The Zionists in the United States work with the fascists. They work with the right wing in the United States. They work with anti-Semites. Are these people supporting the Jewish people by working with Nazis? Is that helping the Jewish people? Absolutely not. They do it because of their political ideology and their agenda of racism and an apartheid regime. And I think that this is what we have to raise concretely. And the failure of Jeremy Corbyn to actually challenge the Zionists, challenge Israel and what they were doing, confused people. And that's why we who want to fight Zionism, who want to solidarize with the Palestinian workers, have to bring up this history, and we have to bring it up in the working class so workers understand. How can you say you're supporting equal rights for all workers, including blacks, but you're allowing the suppression of Palestinians? That's a contradiction. So I think we have to take up this history. We have to take up this international campaign. We have to have more discussions like this, and we have to build up a political education campaign using these communication tools which allow us to do that.
Thank you very much, Comrade. Very good. Okay, last person to sum up now is Rowan.
I'll be quick, I promise. To briefly answer the question that was posed to me, we actually haven't, to the best of my knowledge, had a chance to work directly with Palestine Legal, but their work was really crucial for the research I did on how the IHRA has been weaponized. So they're doing incredible work, even if we haven't had a chance to directly collaborate with them. One thing that I think is worth mentioning from that research that I did on how IHRA has been weaponized internationally is that, in a certain sense, the Labour Party is kind of exceptional in that outside of the Labour Party, the IHRA has been above and beyond used to target Muslims, Arabs, especially Palestinians in the diaspora. And that's not to say that it hasn't been used in the same way in the Labour Party. But the overall, I mean, there's no statistics, but the overall kind of layout, the map of who's being targeted outside of the Labour Party is really highlighting people who are Muslim and people who are Palestinian. And so the Labour Party in that sense is exceptional. And Tina mentioned that, you know, the vitriol faced in the UK is at another level, and it truly is. And so when I say that, you know, we've committed to opposing the IHRA and defying the IHRA, I do want to conclude with the note that, you know, seeing what has happened in the UK and seeing the people who, despite all of it, have stood up in resistance, many of whom are here today and have been inspiring, have been an inspiration for us. So thank you all for what you've done and for this talk.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Conrad. This has been, Sami just posted in the chat, this has been the most inspirational Zoom meeting he's been to. It's been the most inspirational meeting I've been to without Zoom. So thank you very much, Conrad. It's been a long day, but it's been so worthwhile. It really has. And we have learned, I think, from every single person who's been speaking, and we will edit all this up into smaller chunks perhaps as well, so that comrades can re-watch it again. And thank you very much. And I have to say, this is the beginning of something. We have to be very clear about this. Is a long-term campaign that we're facing against us. So we have to really get together internationally to fight back against it internationally. And this has been a really useful start to launch such a campaign. As I said, we're on the 23rd of January. We want to launch hold a conference, a working conference, to actually discuss a charter for free speech. And perhaps this should also discuss what the comrades in Canada have been working on, the definition of anti-Semitism as a workable definition of anti-Semitism might be very well worthwhile for us to get our teeth into. So I'm hoping very much that comrades and other organizations get on board of such a campaign properly, and JVL hopefully Stop the War Coalition as broad a campaign as we can muster, because this is a campaign against all of us on the left, and we all have to fight back. Thank you very much, comrades. You can switch on your microphones if you want, and can all talk now.